Right. Yes, indeed. What's up, everybody? How you doing out there? Thinker St. James here with you, and it is the epic part 2 of Matan Even back again. The Matan reaction channel that this is becoming. Second installment of Matan Even because this guy loves to talk to MMA fighters. You know we had to get on our bullshit for this one. Yes, we've got Matan. And last in the Matan saga, we watched Matan with Jamal Hill and with Peyton Talbot. Those were very entertaining. And of course, we talked a little bit about this one. This is Matan Even with Dominick Cruz. And then from the chat, I learned that Matan was also on Dominick Cruz's podcast. So we've got Matan's interview first. We will see him in his typical presentation and character and all of the things that he does on his show. And then we'll see Dominick Cruz, where he apparently penetrates the armor. You know, he pierces the armor of Matan Even, gets him to drop his guard a little bit, and perhaps we'll actually learn a little bit about this interesting character that Matan seems to be. So we're going to get into all of this very soon. Thank you for being here for it. Checking in on the chat, Beeb is here, of course. Rick Allen still with one testicle. You know, we got to help this guy out. Maybe that's what we're going to have to do at some point, is start a fund to get Rick a prosthetic to complement the single testicle so that they can even out. You don't want to be walking around with a single hanger, you know? You need symmetry in that department. Understood. Zach Huff, you're back. What's good, my guy? Welcome back, Zach. Thank you for coming back. Appreciate you. What's the Red Bull count for today? This is Red Bull number 2 for today. I've had so low energy lately. I don't know why. I've been getting decent sleep. Woke up normal time today, was getting all the work done, and then just in the middle of the day, even with my morning Red Bull, I still had this like dip of energy, and I was like, oh my God. So Red Bull number 2 is going in, but this is okay because I've got a long time ahead of me of editing the MMA on Film review of Roadhouse, which if you have not watched the Roadhouse review, watch the Roadhouse review. It was very fun. Another very long one, and I'm getting all of the images and everything to put into it, so that takes a fucking long time. Let me tell you. The editing of the MMA on Film is like one of my least favorite things to do. Not that I don't love MMA on Film, because I definitely do, but it is such a long process. So I got a little bit of work done on it in the morning, and I'll get to some more of it after the stream tonight. So warranted second Red Bull of the day. Hydra, what's going on, my man? Let's go double Matan, double Yama reaction. You know it, man. We are getting back in. I tell you, I'm equal parts a fan of Matan and fascinated by Matan. Like, it's crazy to me that he has started as young as he has and has had the success that he has had. But I understand that aspect of it. He's very funny. How he got the success that he has gotten is somewhat interesting to me with the Game Awards and all that kind of stuff. He's an interesting character in the grand scheme of all of this, and the fact that he's been getting some interesting people on his show, including MMA fighters, why not? Part 2 coming in a few minutes. How does what now? He does what now too much? Oh, I knew that when I said he penetrated the armor, that there would be a comment about that. James, you got to slow down with the bulls. Dude, I know. I do. You're right. But I'm not going to. No, I think that what happens is that I get into this bad cycle with it where I'll drink it and then I'll stop. And then the crash of the not having caffeine just throws me all off. And it's like a vicious cycle. You know, the problem is it's not just about the caffeine and the energy. I love the taste of it so goddamn much. So we have to drink Red Bull until Red Bull sponsors the stream. This is the path. This is what we're doing, at least in my own mind. We got to get sponsorships on all the stuff that's on the streams. In fact, today, quick story, not very important in the grand scheme of things, but just so you're aware, I ordered a t-shirt for myself. You know, I love my t-shirts. I have a large t-shirt collection, and I did not get myself anything for the holidays. And the holidays were rather sparse, of course, just starting the business and everything. So I've been cutting back in all facets. But I said, you know what? Got to do something nice for yourself. Also, of course, the channel just got monetized. So in celebration of all of that, I said, you know what? I'm going to buy myself a shirt. And the shirt was marked as delivered today. So I'm like, great. I'm going to go out and get my shirt, and I'm going to wear it on this stream. And then you could see how fashion-pilled and fucking, looks maxed I am. You know, I was gonna be style maxed and fashion pilled on stream today, but unfortunately, for whatever reason, the shirt was not in the mailbox. Said it was delivered, not in the mailbox. This is a problem. So hopefully, I will get either a replacement or maybe the post office fucked up or whatever. But we will find out what happened. The point is, I was going to be debuting a new shirt on the stream, and now I cannot do that. I was going to give a nice shout out to the company that made this shirt. So now, this company that made the shirt, it's a small independent company, they better make this thing right. Because if not, they might have some problems on the other side. I'm not saying I want to do anything like that, and I have no power here, of course. I'm not trying to say that I'm some kind of big influencer, but I was going to do something nice for them. I'm just hoping that they make it right, not because of this company specifically, but just because it seems like in the modern times that we live in, companies and organizations, entities out there, they feel like they can act with impunity, and I would hope that a company of this size does not just say, fuck you to me. That's all I'm hoping for. Again, I want to have a lovely, great relationship. I was going to give a good shout out to this company. I would still like to be able to do that. So I'm not going to say anything about the company themselves just yet. Hopefully they make everything right, or the post office does, or whatever. We get it worked out, and I can still do just that. Give them a nice shout out because I like to support small independent businesses. So that's my rant for right now. Me with the Red Bulls is you with the Monster at wrestling tournaments. Are you allowed to drink Monsters before wrestling tournaments? I would think that would be against the rules. I don't know. Yama brought to you by the Fleshlight. Man, I wish. As I've said, got a lot of love for the Fleshlight people. Maybe that at some point is another one to reach out to. Of course, you know, MMA Connections tacitly with Fleshlight, because Fleshlight was, of course, an early sponsor of Joe Rogan. So maybe Fleshlight does want to sponsor your boy. Reach back out. I wish I still had the contacts. Wish I did. So, again, no shirt, but did go out and get myself the very hard to find green apple vape. So, happy about that, because this is the best flavor of these. So, I'm a happy guy. Fresh vape. Matan coming in just a second. Hope all of you are doing well. Hope all of you are having a good day. Hope all of you are enjoying getting back into the new year. Hopefully your new year is going well so far. We are almost halfway through the first month of the first portion of the year. And things are starting to pick up, you know? It seems like everybody's coming out of their hibernation, so that's good. I just can't wait until the clock changes again, because I hate that it is still dark at 6 o'clock. I mean, it gets dark at like 5 o'clock, and that is not cool. Like, I just don't like it. I like the days to be a little bit longer. So waiting for the time to change again, which I don't know when that actually happens, because it happens automatically on my phone, but sooner than later, it will be back to the summer hours. And then I wish that this goddamn state and entire country would do away with daylight savings time. I meant to ask, do they have daylight savings time in Canada? I think the answer was yes. We've talked about this at some point before, perhaps. You're not allowed to drink Monsters before the wrestling tournaments. Yeah, that's probably wise. I would say probably a good rule. Your opponents hate you too for it. I mean, so you're not allowed, but you still do it? Brother, you're going to get in trouble. They're going to take away your near perfect record. You said you only have 2 losses on your record, my man. Don't jeopardize it. It's here too, and you hate it. Yeah, bro, I feel you. It's like so annoying. Why? Like we have AI taking all of our jobs. Can't they do the farming now? We don't need daylight savings time anymore. It is beyond. It is beyond the need. We have moved beyond the need, I should say. Oh, you are allowed to. Really? So then why doesn't everybody do it? Maybe they think their heart's going to explode, which could happen to you. So again, be careful, my friend. Even worse here, further from the equator, it got dark at like 4 today. Good Lord, dude. That sounds awful. That doesn't sound pleasant in the slightest. Dana did some sick-ass announcements today. Okay. Well, then let's look at the Dana announcements real quick, because I did see that he was making announcements, but I did not hear what they were. So hold on. Let's take a quick look at the goated MMA orbit. All right. So, yeah, okay. Well, we were talking about Joe Pyfer versus Adesanya. What I say about that fight is that it's kind of crazy to think that Israel Adesanya is at the point of fighting Joe Pyfer, but really based on where they both are in their current career eras, it sort of makes sense. So I'm not too mad at that. I think that Pyfer actually might have a shot at that fight, but I want to believe that this is the fight where Izzy makes his comeback. I think that Pyfer is an exact good level of fighter for Israel Adesanya to come back into his own form here. So hopefully that'll be the case there. But Pyfer versus Adesanya, again, I'm okay with it. Azamat Murzakanov versus Paulo Costa, couldn't care less. Paulo Costa is probably going to pull out again. He's such a fucking bum. But I would like to see him get knocked out by Azamat. The problem is that Costa probably wrestles him. And if that happens, that might be a problem. Murzakanov has some good power in his hands, but he might have problems with Costa when it comes to the wrestling and the grappling. Let's see. What else? Was that it? What other ones got announced? That's all that MMA Orbit has right now. RAF 5 was ass. Was it really? I thought it was pretty good. We talked about it on the podcast last night. I mean, I don't know. Look, I'm not a freestyle wrestler or a follower of that world. So if you're telling me it wasn't great, then I got to believe you, I guess. But I thought it was, for a novice, I thought it was pretty good. It was entertaining enough. You got Fitty on Joe? Damn, really? No faith in Adesanya anymore. Damn. I'm not even mad at that. I can't. How could you be mad at it based on what you've seen? You know what I mean? I'm not mad at that. I'm sad at that. You know? That's kind of how I feel about it. Caden and Muggsy lost way too quick. Well, apparently Muggsy is not very good from what I've heard from other people. Caden losing too quick, that might be, but Bo might be that guy though. So it is what it is, man. Caden should have beat Bo's ass. Well, this is the fight game, quote unquote. I don't know what you call it. The match game. Oh, Barber versus Grasso? Again, Macy Barber, savvy career navigationing her way outside of fighting Erin Blanchfield is really ass to me. I think that fight really needs to happen, and Macy Barber should not get let off the hook for that fight. So, I feel like if it's not going to happen at this stage, then it's going to be a collision course one way or another. And Macy Barber trying to sidestep it. And look, if she had legitimate medical issues, then fine. I'm not going to say that that's not a legitimate thing and that it was career navigation 100%. People have problems. People have their medical stuff, whatever. I'm sympathetic to that. But what should have happened is that once she was healthy, she fought Erin Blanchfield. So now she just somehow gets to, worm her way up. And Erin Blanchfield is still kind of, floating around. She's getting wins. Erin Blanchfield's getting wins. Macy gets that win, in her last fight with the weirdness with the refereeing and all that stuff. They need to fight each other. So Alexa can maybe derail the hype train. That might be cool. But I feel like everybody is just kind of way off the Alexa hope. There's no more hopium left in the pipe when it comes to Alexa Grasso. I still want to have a little bit of faith that she can get some wins, but Macy is very good. I just think that you're delaying an inevitability if you don't have Macy and Erin Blanchfield fight. And it sucks that they didn't get to, and that Macy had to be the reason for that, and now is fighting other people. Make that fight happen. Besides that, it's Erin Blanchfield or bust when it comes to Macy Barber. To be fair, I think Izzy takes it, but I got to throw cash on my boy Joe. Really? You ride with Joe Pfeiffer like that? You and Sarah Toby can hang out on that one. TJF, my favorite reaction channel, brother. Appreciate it. I'm happy to be doing these reactions. We're going to get into them in just a minute here. We probably should get it started because the Dom Cruz interview is pretty long compared to this one. But cheers, WTJF. Always, brother. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for hanging. Being the man as you always are. In fact, I guess, without further ado, why don't we get into some of these things here? If Bo and Muggsy go against each other, Bo would kill Muggsy. I mean, yeah, probably, because Bo is a really high-level wrestler. That's why it's unfortunate he didn't get repaired at RAF. Because from what I understand, there was another guy, like the guy who was supposed to wrestle Buchanan. Buchanan, of course, wrestled Yoel. The guy who was supposed to wrestle Buchanan didn't have a replacement, so Bo could have wrestled him, and they just didn't do it. So I don't know. I don't know what Bo's problem was on all of that. I understand not wanting to wrestle a guy who's 7 pounds overweight. That tracks as far as I'm concerned. But, like, he probably could have, like, still performed, and then he just didn't. And he was getting booed by the crowd. So, I don't know. Bo not winning any fans with that navigation of his own career, but I understand it. I would not be hating on him for it. All right. Headphones going on. So, of course, this is Dominick Cruz on Fighting Sean O'Malley and Changing Genders by Matan Even. We'll full screen this for you. Yep, looking good. And after this, of course, we will watch Matan on Dominick Cruz's podcast, seeing what information we can glean.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the podcast. For today's guest, we have Dominick Cruz. Welcome in. How you doing? Good to meet you.
Didn't immediately fuck with Dom. See, Matan probably knew that he had to be a little bit more cautious with Dom Cruz to start, I would suspect. Because normally with Matan, like the podcast is just off the rails from the second that this thing goes live or whatever. You know, the second the cameras start rolling.
As usual, we have Mike, but he's an asshole, so he's late today. He will be here soon, hopefully. Have you ever met Mike?
No.
Just in case anybody doesn't know you, maybe give them a little bit of an introduction.
Yeah, my name is Dominick Cruz. I'm a UFC commentator. I'm a UFC commentator in the UFC and prize fighter, still currently fighting.
Yeah, this was before Dom actually retired. So this is going back a little ways, even though it's not that far ago, you know? And I also love this setup, by the way. Matan, just, you know, there's small details with what Matan does that make it so funny. The fact that he has the boom arm on the back corner of the table for him and the same back corner for the other table, but Dom is in the middle, so the boom arm has to be like fully extended basically to even reach Dom. And now he's kind of he has to do like a little bit of a lean in. It's the small details, and Matan nails it. So already off to a good start. His accent is something else. Yeah, so, I mean, there's been a lot of speculation about his accent as to whether it is real or not. Maybe we'll find out in the Dom Cruz interview if he ends up dropping that and what he actually sounds like. But I think if you go back to his early videos when he was like a little kid, he sort of still sounded like that. So, I don't know. We'll have to find out. He's somewhat of a man of mystery, this Matan.
Still fighting?
Yeah, still fighting.
You have any fights coming up soon?
I'm trying to get some rematches going. We'll see how it works out.
By the way, in case anybody didn't know, we're obviously not releasing this today, but it's his birthday today.
Oh, okay. I didn't know when we were releasing it. I don't assume anything.
Yeah, probably in a couple of weeks, but today is his birthday, so make sure to comment a wish for his birthday with a super chat so I can make some money in the comments. What do you think about that?
Super shot.
No, just since it's your birthday, we can give such a people can give me money.
Oh, okay. Genius.
Do you have any plans for your birthday, or can you also give me some money?
What would you do with the money?
Oh, I will hopefully be able to buy some food for the weekend.
You seem like you could buy more than food with money. Like, what?
Oh,
Who'd you
that's
make a difference for with the money that I'd give you? Then we can talk about giving you money.
well. If it's a lot of money, then can make a difference. But maybe just $5 or $10.
Oh, easy. We'll go to the dollar store together, and I'll buy
You want to go over there?
I'll buy you five.
See, Dom, this is where I knew that Dom had a little bit of a sense of humor. Like Dom, I would assume that Dom knew about the shtick going into this. Because I don't know how Dom would react if he was in a situation where he did not know about the shtick. But I think that he knew about what this was kind of going to be, and he's a good sport with it. This is what I'm saying. Dom does have enough self-awareness to be in on the joke. He's, he's like, okay, this is going to be funny, so I also have to be somewhat light. But when Dom is not in that element, when Dom is in a situation where he feels that it is appropriate to be serious and nothing else, he will go straight into Dom mode, and that, unfortunately, is adjacent to asshole mode. We know this to be true. Bro's desperate? Matan? Again, all part of the act, brother. Rick Allen, how are you, sir? How you doing, Rick? Hopefully you're doing well, my man. Shout out to Toronto. He's no Jamal Hill. Yeah, Jamal Hill. Well, see, that's the thing, though. Jamal, it didn't seem like he actually knew. And that's how you could tell that Jamal is cool. Like, Jamal is, I'm telling you, dude, Jamal Hill is very much like many of the hood dudes that I was cool with growing up, where it's like, it's all good until it's not all good, you know? It's all good until you push it to a place that it doesn't need to be pushed, till you take things to a place that they don't need to be tooken. In the words of the all-powerful and almighty Fred the Godson, R.I.P.
$5 worth of things right
That
now.
would be awesome because my everything is gone. Somebody came in my house. They took all of the food, the water, all that stuff.
The food and the water.
The food, the water, I was stacking up PlayStations to sell. They took the PlayStations. They took everything in the
How
house.
did they get in? You don't got a Rottweiler or something? You need a
No,
dog.
I have one small dog, one of the pit bull, not the pit bull, the French ones.
Yes, French Bulldog.
But he's not. That actually leads me on to one of my other questions. Do you think the UFC should start being more inclusive and add a division for non-human fighters? For example, two pit bulls eating each other, or no?
I mean, I think Mike Vick tried that and it didn't go very well.
Or Michael Vick tried that one?
Yeah, it was. He had a dogfoot fighting thing going on for.
But was he televising it, or that was just for fun?
I think that it became illegal before he could televise it.
What if they do it in Saudi Arabia?
Now you're thinking.
That's a good idea.
Maybe that's what I could donate my money to you for.
Oh, I'll give you 50% of that business.
See? Good reaction from Dom. He's yes-anding. This is classic improv comedy right now. And Dom, with his personality, can go with it. I'm okay with this right now. Dom is working the room. He's responding appropriately. Things are going well comedically right now. 324 blows? No. I mean, the main event, maybe. Just because why? We know why. So, I mean, it is what it is. But I don't think it's that bad. I think that the rest of the card is pretty stacked. Did you see Ariel recently go off on how Dana is totally checked out in all interviews recently? No, I did not. But that does not surprise me all that much. A lot of people have been saying that. That's a very common sentiment in the community right now, is that Dana seems to be checked out a little bit. But I think that people are just tired of the War Room announcements. I think people want a little bit more out of their fight news. So going live on Instagram is just not enough for people. Like, I think it might have even been Hydra who said that it should be John Anik doing the fight announcements because he'd actually bring a little bit of energy to it. And I think that's really what people want. I think that they're just getting a little tired of Dana on Instagram live telling you what the fights are, and that's it. So I don't know. I mean, granted, Dana is very pulled in a lot of directions. So, I don't know. You can interpret that how you want to. However, he did just re-sign a multi-year contract to continue on as president of the organization. So whether he is checked out or not, he's sticking around. So it is what it is. This interview is diabolical. Again, I think that it's like if you take it for what it is, it's probably not as bad. I'd really like to see Matan versus someone who does not get the joke. And I think actually, wasn't that the comedian that was like getting roasted for it? The Kill Tony guy, David Lucas. He was one that apparently like didn't do very well with Matan, and he was getting all kinds of hammered in the comedy world for that. Like I guess he was trying to like overplay Matan, like he was trying to outdo him on his own show, and that's not what you do in a situation like this. Dom Cruz, to his credit, is actually doing it exactly right. You play into the joke, you let Matan do his thing, you respond in a light way, with a little bit of your own personality in it, but not trying to overpower the interview. You will get through and it will be very entertaining. David Lucas took a route where he was like trying to big shot Matan basically, and he got roasted to no end in the comedy world for that. So play the cards that you're dealt and play them smart. So far, Dom doing an okay job. Dana's interviews are so brutal and repetitive recently. He seems totally unexcited in the product. Oh, you mean like when he's actually being interviewed? He's always kind of been that way though. Like I don't really buy that as criticism because he's always sort of been that way. Like he's not very dynamic in interviews. So I think that people maybe are trying to read more into something that's not necessarily there. Gotta go. When's the next live? I don't know yet. Probably Thursday, Friday, most likely Friday, depending on my schedule. I don't know what the schedule is just yet on Friday. I got some work stuff I got to do. But if I am around on Friday night, we will do Bare Knuckle on Friday night. Watch Julian Lane bang. But either way, appreciate you being here, Zach. Have a great rest of your night if you're heading out. He's not always been that way. He's historically been way more excited in the product and said interesting things in his interviews. I don't know. Show me an example. You just revealed yourself to be a casual who just started watching UFC in 2016 / 2017. Okay, Rick Allen. All right there, hardcore. You got me beat, bro.
There we go. See, this is why you need the youngsters, because you guys got that money mind. I need that. It'll teach me how to do it.
You into any other businesses besides UFC and commentating?
Yeah, I do a footwork series. When COVID hit, everything shut down, so I had to come out with something on the internet. Footwork series, teach you how to move your feet, athletic movements.
Oh, here's Mike.
Is this the asshole Mike?
This is the asshole Mike, late to the fucking podcast.
What's up, asshole Mike? Just Mike?
Mike should be ashamed of yourself.
He's got the Steven Seagal thing going on.
Yeah, he thinks because he used to be a security guard.
Yeah, same thing. Have you seen Steven Seagal?
Yeah, he's the one guy with all those moves. Do you think you could beat Mike in a fight? He's 360 pounds.
There's no way he's 360 pounds.
Pure muscle, that's why. It doesn't look so much.
There's one thing I know, it's weight. And I'll give asshole Mike like 180 pounds lucky.
180 pounds.
Soaking wet.
What would you say I am?
180?
About 125.
125? That's pretty close. I'm like 130.
Yeah.
What about you?
I weigh about 160 right now.
Oh, so me and you are pretty similar.
Close.
You'd say that you're closer to Mike than me, though?
I think Mike's a little closer to my weight class, yeah.
And you think you would beat him? Or you're too old for Mike now because he's a youngster?
No, I'm here. First you fight, then you teach, then you heal. I'd be in the teaching phase with asshole.
Oh, you would want to teach him?
Yeah. So why do they call you asshole Mike instead of just Mike?
Big asshole.
Oh. Like hot dog down a hallway asshole, or like just like what exactly makes your asshole bigger than anybody else's? Number one? Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
1 second, we have a special surprise here actually for you.
You just let that hang, you just, a little banter, and then it just sits in the air. 2016 is a decade of watching. I feel like you're not a casual at that point. Yeah, I mean, and plus, yeah. Well, when was Weidman versus Silva? That would have been 14 or something like that. So, somewhere around there. But Rick Allen's got us all beat because he was watching in the womb. His mom was pregnant with him, and she was watching UFC fights, just beaming it into her stomach. So. Obviously, all of us pale in comparison. Why don't you have a YouTube channel, Rick Allen? Sure, you would get a lot of views with all of this negativity that you spread around like wildfire. You could be the next MMA Joey.
Your birthday.
Oh, wow.
This is gonna be so awesome. This is unbelievable.
It was my birthday too.
Oh yeah, it's Mike's birthday.
How old do you turn today?
23.
Okay.
Happy birthday, Mike.
Yeah. Happy birthday, man. Nice. Fellow Pisces, huh? What are you? What's your astrological sign? What's your birthday?
I don't really know all that ones, but my birthday is April.
April. Oh, you're right around the corner.
You live in LA?
No, I live in San Diego and Vegas.
Oh, San Diego and Vegas?
Back and forth. I do a lot of work.
Oh, here he is. Happy birthday.
Wow, what a guy. Thank you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
It's impressive how you don't blink. That's
Oh.
impressive. You still haven't blinked yet.
Oh.
But he's not coming
Oh,
up through the
shit.
table.
Is that a happy birthday? Is that something special for your birthday?
It's a little eerie, but I
We
do.
wrote something for
I
you
guess
to
it's
celebrate.
special. Your
What does that say?
11th, my 11th birthday.
Happy birthday.
All right, thank you.
That's Spider-Man.
Yes, it is.
I'm not sure if that one's
That's
edible. though.
Spider-Man.
All right, well. Maybe this will make you a little less of an asshole, Mike.
You want to share it with Mike?
But now what?
No, it's your birthday. It's his birthday.
You want to share it with him?
Of course.
Yeah, but Mike is 360 pounds. He needs to go on a diet.
Fair enough. You got a good friend here.
Have you ever been overweight fat in your life or always been?
I have been fat.
You've been
yes.
fat?
I have.
What was the most weight you ever reached?
175 pounds.
175 pounds?
Yeah.
But that one is just 15 more than right now.
It was pretty gross, though.
But it was just
Yeah, I mean, Dom back in the day, 175, you know, if he was like before he was fighting and stuff, that would have been a lot of weight to carry around on his frame. So I guess the fighting weight, all muscle now, you know, when he was still trying to be active. Unfortunate with Dom Cruz, how it all went down, you know, all of the injuries and stuff. Could have been a lot different for Dom. He's kind of a big what if in this sport in a lot of ways. Even being one of the greatest, if not the greatest bantamweight. But, you know, a lot of injuries took him out, sidelined him. And, yeah, that's unfortunate. So, but there you go. Dom Cruz, a dude who has known the pains of being a heavyset guy and turned himself around. Good deal. Hey, CTE, just caught a movie with the girlfriend. I'll be back in a while. Oh, hey, good deal, my guy. Enjoy your movie. Let me know how the movie is. Let me know what movie you're seeing. I'm always interested in movies, of course. It's insane that he was a what if while still being the bantamweight GOAT before Merab. Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy. It's a crazy thing. You know, because, I mean, he could have been as dominant of Merab in a lot of ways, like in his time. And, you know, and a lot of people would say that he was, but like all of the sidelining and all of the injuries, it was a lot. I mean, he spent a lot of time sidelined in his prime years, and it's really unfortunate. But, you know, some people are just more injury prone than others. And when your body doesn't heal up properly sometimes, you know, you re-injure yourself. That could have also been the case. Maybe he came back too quickly sometimes. Like, there's a lot of reasons why that could have been, but it really is unfortunate because, like, he very well could have been cemented as, like, on the Mount Rushmore under different circumstances, or at least until he met Cody Garbrandt. R.I.P. Hey, 46 Vet, what's going on, brother? Good to see you, man. Without the years of hiatus, I have no doubt he would have had 10 plus title defense streak where he would still end up falling to Cody. Pretty much said exactly what I was saying. Yeah, kind of crazy to think about. You need to cover his podcast with Uriah Faber. I would do that. Yeah, that would be interesting. I'm sure that would. The two of them. Obviously, heated rivalry back in the day, so that probably is somewhat interesting what they had to say to each other. Yeah, maybe I'll do that next week as we finish out MMA winter.
it's more body fat.
You look kind of like a mechanic, like a retired mechanic.
How old were you when that happened though?
20. Man, good question. I think it was 26.
26 years old.
26.
Yeah, I had blown my knees out so many times. I
Also
just
couldn't exercise.
couldn't exercise.
Yeah, okay. So not even before he was fighting, it was during the downtime. There you go. Talking about his bad knees. I mean, these are the things that end a career early, sadly. You know, it's kind of amazing that he was able to come back and continue on for as long as he did and at the level that he continued on at with all of the massive injuries that he did sustain. It's unfortunate.
Do you think you could beat Antonio Brown in a fight?
That's a great question.
He's just
He's so athletic and fast.
athletic and smart.
And fast.
He has the brain of a dog. He has a great brain. He has a special brain behind him to so high fight IQ as well.
Antonio Brown.
The brain of a dog. Wasn't that why Trisha Paytas got famous in the first place, where she was asking if dogs had brains? Wasn't that one of her early viral videos? She was like legitimately questioning whether dogs actually had brains. So I don't know. I mean, maybe not as much of a compliment as Matan made it out to be. That was a good pod too. Definitely not the same vibe though. Yeah, I'm sure it was very different. I'll have to check it out. Cruz will forever be my bantamweight GOAT. Good deal. Completely valid. KK boy, what's good, my man? Aljo is the bantamweight GOAT. I mean, maybe. For you, probably. You know, being the wrestler that you are, probably. And yeah, Adesanya versus Piper. Yes, we talked a little bit about that. Kind of crazy, but not really that crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And how does one decide that they know the IQ?
He just
of
6'7".
Antonio Brown and a dog and compare?
Oh, that's just I guess a guess.
Okay.
There's no exact. For example, I wouldn't be able to tell you which one, if it's a bulldog or pit bull or which one.
Okay. And how do you think his IQ is?
This guy?
Mm-hmm.
Happy birthday to you.
What a guy.
I love this guy. He's my favorite.
I feel like you might need a hug. You need a hug?
Perfect freeze frame right there. That's actually picturesque right there. Somebody screenshot that. That's like a classic Renaissance painting, honestly. The Matan Supper right here. Really, I mean, it has all the hallmarks of a classic Renaissance painting. You know, you got this thing going on over here. You got the two over here. Fantastic. We're going to see unranked Izzy soon. Why is everybody rolling with Joey Pfeiffer on this one? Bro, he barely skated by beating Gastelum. Come on. Have a little faith in one of the most dominant champions that this sport has ever seen, Israel Adesanya, even with all of what you know about him now. And where his career is, I should be more specific. The outside the cage stuff doesn't play a part, I would think.
No, I'm not looking at him. Don't look, no.
No. What do you hate it? No eye contact. Is that the thing?
No,
Yeah. I feel like he should get your glasses. Could we give him your sunglasses?
I don't think that would be a very good decision.
Why? What would happen? Yeah, but your eyes don't do it. His
I
eyes
love
do.
that guy.
So I'd rather cover his up than yours. Yours seem more authentic. Let me see your eyes under there. Yeah, see, you still haven't blinked either yet. But see, yeah, you can see your eyes move and they're normal. His eyes, they haven't moved and they haven't blinked. So let's cover those things.
He hasn't moved his eyes.
No.
We usually bring him on and he stares people down. Are you creeped out at all by him?
Creeped out?
Yeah.
No, I just feel like he needs a hug.
Needs a hug? But do you think you could beat him in a fight?
In a staring contest.
Oh,
no.
his staring contest, he's the world champion.
Yeah, he's the best I've ever
Yeah.
seen.
Do you think Sean O'Malley would become a better fighter if he changed his colors?
Changes colors. It's a good question too. His hair?
No.
Gender?
No gender. Race. Well, close. That one's closer though.
So which
What?
color exactly does he need to change?
That one is up to your discretion.
Matan trying not to break himself there. You can see him starting to curl his lips a little bit. He was about to laugh.
That one is not up to me.
I mean, I think right now going with cancer awareness pink, we'll give him that one.
If he becomes color pink,
He is pink right now. That's the color he's
he
chosen.
is pink.
He's chosen pink.
The hair or just his skin color?
I think it's kind of a mixture.
When we are recording this, he is fighting tonight.
Yeah.
So you have prediction for that one? Because when this releases, people will already know the winner.
I do think that Sean O'Malley gets it done.
You think he will win?
I do.
Nope. Incorrect prediction, Dom. Of course, hindsight is 2020. How many people thought that Sean was actually going to beat Merab back then? Probably a good amount of people, I guess. Maybe Dom wasn't alone. Dom needs to stop talking about Sean's pink places. He's calling him a pink boy. That was actually a legitimate insult that people used to use in the 90s. Zip it, pink boy.
Yeah, I think that he's probably going to hit Vera a lot in the first couple of rounds and maybe.
Oh, it was versus Cheeto? My bad. I thought this was versus Merab. Shoot. Okay, then accurate prediction. Shit. All right, Dom, you got it. Sorry. I take it back. I was incorrect. I thought that this was later than that. But all right. Yeah, this was before the Cheeto Vera rematch, whatever, the vanity fight. And yeah, Sean did end up winning that fight. So my bad. I take it all back, Dom.
Get him out of there.
Knock him out?
I think so.
You've never fought Sean?
Not yet.
Have you fought the other one?
Yes.
You fought Cheeto Vera?
That was my last fight.
That was your last fight?
Yeah, and that's why I would take a rematch with him, a rematch with Henry Cejudo. Well, those are the two that are like I'm looking at right now.
You beat him in your last fight or he won?
I lost to those two guys.
Oh, okay. That was the last two fights?
Yeah, he wouldn't need a rematch if he won those fights.
No, I won in between that a couple.
But Vera was the last fight.
The Vera was the last fight.
So maybe if he wins this, you can get a shot for the title.
Yeah, he wins, he becomes the title holder. And they probably won't give me the title shot, but that's why I'm looking for a rematch to try to get right there. I mean, I went 3 hard rounds with that guy, and I know I could do well. We could get a rematch.
So you would rather him win or Sean? Who do you think will be easier for you?
Well, it works better for me if Vera wins because I lost to him.
This is like a regular interview right now. I know it'll get back into the crazier stuff, but like these are like normal questions that you would ask a fighter. I did after the Aljo KO. I thought he could get any wrestler with the kill shot. True. Yeah, good point. A lot of people did, I guess, you know. But knowing what Merab was capable of, and still is capable of, you know? I mean, I don't want to count Merab out just because Petr Yan had his number in that fight. But, you know, Merab is built differently with what he does. So hopefully he comes back and does it all over again. But we will see. I'm happy that Petr's the champ.
So,
okay.
You know what I mean? That, like...
Just a rematch, more build-up?
It sets up a storyline. When it comes to O'Malley, you know... It's a good fight. He's building the division well because he's got a lot of YouTube followers. So
he's a famous guy. He's one of the most successful outside of UFC.
Yeah, it's good.
Do you know who's the most successful person on YouTube?
It's also why I think O'Malley's probably fighting on the White House card, by the way, which is crazy to think about. I would suspect his star has to have dropped pretty significantly with how things have gone for him, but I still think that based on name recognition alone, he is probably one of the more recognizable names in the UFC still, with the following that he built up while he was on the come up to being the champ and as the champion. So I suspect he will probably be on the White House card in one way or another.
Not on YouTube, I don't know.
You don't know Mr. Beast?
Oh, yeah, I do know that, actually.
Well, guess what? I just did a crazy transition, but this episode, we're actually unveiling the new Mr. Beast bar flavor. So you get to try it live right now.
So you said you did a transition. Are you talking about your color?
See, Dom trying to...
This is the brand new
Dom trying to be humorous.
Mr. Beast bar flavor. He made a chocolate, okay? So we got the brand new flavor from him before anybody else. We told him we were doing a podcast with you. And he sent this over to us.
That looks like some tasty chocolate.
Yeah, so let me show the camera real quick. That's Feastables. That's his company.
It's a slab of raw meat.
That looks awesome. Tell me what you think of the taste.
Feastables. That's really the name of his chocolate company, really.
Yeah, that's the one. And then he just
That's what Dom is skeptical of, the name of the company, as opposed to the flank that he has in front of him.
released a new flavor, something, it's a big chocolate bar.
Tasty. I would say, what kind of steak? I might give it a try.
Oh, it's steak flavored?
Yeah.
That one is the cheapest from the store possible.
Cheapest.
But that one is probably $4.
Did you get this at the 99 cents?
That's probably the only place my crew can afford that one.
See, if Dom was really about it, he would have taken a bite straight out of the raw steak. Just giving himself salmonella on the show. That's really playing into the hand, you know? That's going all in. That's really being a part of the scene. Chewing the scenery, perhaps. Aljo versus O'Malley was fraudulent, made Aljo take back-to-back turnarounds. Yeah. Well, yeah, that is true. The organization always had it in for Aljo for some reason. I really don't know why. Aljo kind of just wanting to navigate his career properly, be healthy in fights, and they just didn't like him and were trying to push him too hard. But at the same time, you know that's how they operate. So when you get the call, you take the call. Sean Strickland was just talking about that, saying how, in the Dricus fight, he was injured or whatever, and you can't not pick up the phone. I don't agree with it, but I understand from the fighter's perspective. So Aljo on the shit list with the organization just for doing the right thing by himself, you know? And you see the outcome of that, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, so I guess it's safe to say you're not the number one YouTube channel.
Oh, no, Mr. Beast is the number one. This is his brand.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I just get to unveil it for him.
Oh, what a guy.
He's letting me do a free sponsorship for him.
Man, you're just there you go. You're giving already. But I'm good on that.
You don't want to try it?
No. I think the guy with the eyes would probably eat that.
Oh, he will eat that. That will be his meal later now.
Yeah, I think. What do you think? He'll eat
Guy
that
with the
for
eyes.
sure, right?
Oh, Mike.
Yeah.
He's getting along good with Mike. See, Dom has a rapport with Mike. He could be third Mike on this show if he wanted to. That would work. Then after that, he's another boring wrestler who doesn't shit talk. True. Yeah, I guess that is part of it as well, right? He's not a big personality and his style is not fan friendly. So yeah, you're kind of spitting on that. But he could get submissions. I mean, he did have a couple of decent submissions in his time. You know, human backpack, get my arm around your neck. It's a rap. You remember the deal. You know the story. Su Young Yu versus Elijah Smith. Is that get announced today? Is that another one of the Dana announcements? I'm good with that. I mean, we'll see if we ever see any actual jiu-jitsu. But Elijah Smith is kind of unstoppable right now. He's on a bit of a career surge, I would say. So that's probably a good fight, actually. I'm good with that fight. Aljo isn't boring. Evloev versus Sterling was amazing. Amazing? It was good. It was definitely high level. A, CTE, there you are, brother. Thought you were going to the movies. What's up? How you doing, man?
You should wrap that up a little better, though.
I'm just going to leave it here so everybody can look because that's the sponsor.
Got it.
Why didn't you want to try it? The taste.
Just looks a little raw.
Looks raw?
Yeah.
Do you
Do you
think
think you're a better athlete than Rudy Gobert?
Rudy Gobert.
he's a French basketball?
I didn't know the French could play basketball.
But they're really asshole people, but they got one tall guy, so he's in the NBA.
Good response. Also, Mike just jumping in, leapfrogging Matan on his own show. How'd that happen? But that was a good response from Dom. That was very funny. Just finished the movie with the girlfriend. Now she's driving home. Oh, that's what's up. Well, shout out to you and your girlfriend. What movie was it and how was the movie? Gotta know. We have to know these things. These are the questions.
Are they more of an asshole than asshole?
Oh no, Mike is way worse, but they have a rude demeanor.
What makes them like? What is it that makes them these Frenchies the meanest?
Because they think they are better than everybody, but they just stink.
Like, what do they smell like? I haven't been around.
Oh, they smell like that.
Okay.
That one is probably an import.
See, I will say, and I've said it plenty of times, my time in Montreal did prove the stereotype true about the French being assholes, but no stench, not at least in Montreal, perhaps. So I have not been to France, but at least in my time with the French in Montreal, I can vouch for them. Odor-free people in Montreal, Canada. Zootopia 2. I know a thriller, but it was actually pretty good. Oh, hey, that's what's up. Nothing wrong with Zootopia 2. I mean, I assume anyway. I don't know how it is, but I thought the first Zootopia was pretty good. Make her watch Yama. Of course, couples that watch Yama together stay together. These are factual statements. You watched Greenland too? I was there a Greenland one? Was it about Trump wanting to take over Greenland? Did they make an entire movie about that? She's an active Yama subscriber already. That is what is up. Shout out to Lady CTE. Mrs. CTE. Yesterday with the family, paid $8 for spicy wings there that were actually 5 nuggets. See, this is why I was talking earlier in the stream. For anybody who wasn't here, I was talking about a shirt that I ordered online that did not come in the mail. And that's what I'm talking about. This is why I'm saying that this company needs to make this right. I'm not trying to air out this company in a bad way. That's why I have not said the name of this company. And I want them to just make it right. And then I will shout them out. I will show off their product on stream just because they are a small independent business that I want to support. But that right there, KK boy, is exactly why I feel like how I feel. It's because companies think that you paid $8 for spicy wings and you got 5 nuggets. I mean, if they were boneless wings, then you kind of got what you paid for. But if you paid for 8 and you got 5, then that's a problem. I don't know how many you paid for, but still, either way. You know that boneless wings are just nuggets in general, though. So if you were thinking that you were getting 5 boneless wings and they turned out to be 5 nuggets, joke's on you. That's you getting what you paid for. Greenland 1 is in Denmark. Thank you for that. I'm sure everyone's already talked about the fight announcements, but wow, what a letdown. Really, you think so? I mean, I was okay with them. I mean, if it was supposed to be like huge fight news, then yeah, it wasn't necessarily that, but I think the matchups are not bad. We did talk about it a little bit. It was slop, processed crap, had me having night sweats. Well, I mean, yeah, you were probably going to get that eating wings either way. And this is also something that you find out once you start eating healthier. When you go back to eating bad food, then your body is like, whoa, what the hell is this? We were eating healthy and now you're just throwing junk inside here. And your stomach says, no dice.
So Mr. Beast was able to package the smell of a Frenchman into a chocolate.
Oh yeah, that's why nobody wants to eat it.
Now you're starting to make sense.
See, Dom is working this interview right now. In fact, I would venture to say that Dom is kind of the funnier one out of all of these people so far here. Matan has not been laying on too many like crazy oddball questions, and Dom is knocking it out of the park here. This is a good application of Dom when he is in his comedic element. Just not enough matchups, and they don't feel like they have any super high stakes. Well, they do for Israel Adesanya. They have lack of ranking for Israel Adesanya, or at least a much lower one. Where's Joey Pfeiffer ranked at? He like 10th or something? which is crazy for an Izzy fight. True. But yeah, I mean, the definite ranking implications. And I gotta believe that Izzy still has it in him to win fights still, man. I cannot believe that this fall off has been as dramatic as it has been, but this is Joey Pfeiffer's big chance at the jump. You know, we've seen it happen before. We saw it with David Martinez going up against Rob Font, jumping into the rankings in a major way. So crazier things. Izzy better get knocked out or else these IG unks gonna kill me. Well, this IG unk over here is rooting for Israel Adesanya, so you're on the chopping block there, KK boy. How could you do this to me after I just watched Real American Freestyle for you? Just kidding. You're the man.
Makes sense?
It does, actually.
Do you think it's harder to become a professional UFC fighter or professional boxer?
Man, that's another good question.
All the good questions today. Save them all up.
Yeah.
It's true. That actually is a legitimately good question. I would say the answer is harder to become an MMA fighter because you need to be aware of more things. You need to have more skills. You need to hone a very specific set of skills for boxing, but in MMA, you have way more to anticipate, way more dynamics in the course of your fight. So I think an MMA fighter is inherently more difficult to become a professional at because your skill set has to be broader.
I would say it's probably harder to become, well, what level? The highest level?
Yeah, champion or one of the top contenders.
Well, I don't know. I haven't gone through the boxing circuit.
Yeah, well, and for that caveat, it's even more so that because with boxing, well, actually, with boxing, it's even tougher because boxing, the O matters more, you know? Boxing, like when you have a loss on your record, it's like a crazy thing to a lot of like boxing fans. Like, oh, you know, this guy is undefeated. Like, when's the O gonna go? Kind of thing. That really plays a big factor with MMA. Like we talk about early on in people's careers, getting the loss out of the way. So I think in boxing, being undefeated holds a lot more weight. Especially when you get into prize fighter territory, when you're fighting for large amounts of money and that kind of thing. I would suspect anyway. Piper's the exact type of fighter that Izzy can freeze at range and actually show levels to. I was saying that in the Discord that, yeah, you'd think that what the conventional wisdom would be is that, oh, Joe Pyfer has to get close to be able to land the shots. But we have now seen that Israel Adesanya can be touched, so I don't know. I mean, just, you know, Nasruddin Imavov walked himself right in, put his hands around his neck, and then started kneeing the fuck out of him, if I'm not mistaken. Right? So if that kind of thing can happen from Imavov, who I mean is, you know, going to be fighting for a belt at some point, so it's not like we're not talking slouches here, but I'm just talking about Israel Adesanya, who is supposed to be and was for a long time the highest of the high levels. You got another high level guy coming in and making it look somewhat easy. If I recall, that was round one finish, if I'm not mistaken, in the Imavov fight. So, I mean, who knows? Joey Pyfer being able to land the shots doesn't sound that crazy to me based on what we are seeing now, and that kind of sucks. That's why I said earlier on that I am not mad about the matchup. I am sad about the matchup based on the dynamics. Harder to be a professional boxer just with how many more people are trying, I feel like. Maybe back in the day. I don't know. I don't know if it's still that way anymore, Hydra. Like, I think that MMA has kind of evened that like playing field out as far as like the saturation of the fighter pool. But I could be wrong about that. I mean, shit, we're talking about extending the Contender Series and saying, oh, can we get enough good fighters to be on the Contender Series? So maybe I'm wrong, you know, but we've got so many MMA organizations. Maybe I just don't follow boxing close enough to know the makeup of, you know, how many people are in those pools. Pyfer going to pressure him to death? Yeah, could be. I mean, is he pretty good off the back foot if he can throw the kicks? Pyfer's just going to have to stay inside striking range and not let himself be kicked. There is a path to victory for Israel Adesanya here. It's just a matter of if Pyfer can get his way. That's how I'm looking at it. I mean, Israel Adesanya, counting out Israel Adesanya, even with all of what you have seen, feels wrong to me. You know what I mean? Like I can't let myself believe that at this stage. But I will tell you this. If Israel Adesanya loses to Joe Pyfer, then it really is over at that point. I mean, you can go off and do something else, or you can be a middling gatekeeper to the rankings at that point, because if he can't beat Joe Pyfer, then the ship really has sailed, I think. Sad to say. Never mind, he said oh yeah, okay, you were talking earlier. Pyfer is fucked unless he turns off the body cam, then it's easy KO. What? What does that mean? Imavov is so much faster and more technical than Pyfer. That is definitely true. Also, he cheats and Pyfer doesn't. These are the things people don't want to talk about, Imavov and his cheating ways. Who was it? Imavov versus, was it not Delitse? Maybe it was Delitse. Was it Imavov versus Delitse where he had all of those illegal shots? I want to say that it might have been. It was right before the rule change with the 12-6s and the downed opponent rule. It might not have been Delitse, but I'm forgetting who it was. But yeah, I have that in the back of my mind. This is what I was talking about when I said I wanted to do like videos where like it was like touch points, to be like, just so that you remember, Imavov is a dirty fighter and this is why. Just so you remember, Manel Kape is a dirty fighter and this is why. Of course, I need to have more hours in the day. People, we need to get Yama to become the full-time position for Thinker St. James. That way I can edit for 12 hours at a stretch and don't have to worry about other stuff. Because that's what it takes, unfortunately, to get MMA on film edited. And that is, a process. Such a process. He also poked Kaio every time. I poked Kaio every time momentum started to shift. There you go. There you have it. And were these getting called? Of course not. Of course they weren't getting called. Herb Dean is on the case. Is he? He says he is. I don't know.
But I would say that boxing is a fighter's sport, and MMA is a promoter sport, because the Muhammad Ali Act allowed boxers to be free agents after every fight.
Oh, so I think you mixed them up. You're saying that boxing is an entertainment one?
No, I'm saying that they're owned by two different markets. So the fighters own the market in boxing because of the Muhammad Ali Act, whereas in MMA, the promoters own the market.
Dana White.
Dana White.
This is way too like normal a conversation right now. Like, I mean, Dom's talking about a very important subject here, and of course we can get into the changes that TKO and Zuffa Boxing wanted to make to the Muhammad Ali Act, which I think that they actually did. That's why Zuffa Boxing is what it's going to be, basically like a contender series for boxing, trying to build new boxing stars. That's what they've been trying to promote it as, even though I could give two fucks less. But this is just a legitimate conversation that Dom is trying to raise here, and Matan will try to make this funny, I suppose, but right now it really is just a substantive conversation.
Promoter.
Why do you think that all the fighters keep telling him to lower the fighter pay?
All right, that's funny.
Yeah. I feel like I haven't heard that.
I heard it a lot. There's so many of them. They said that he's not paying them fairly. He's giving them way too much money.
So if they paid him a little bit less, then things would even out, right?
That's what they're saying. They're saying that he's giving them way too high of a percentage of the revenue.
Yeah. I mean, what did the UFC make? Like some 4 billion or something?
Yeah, something really high.
23 billion.
Yeah, something really high. This is of course before the Paramount deal, and of course now we know 7.7 is the new number.
According to the lawsuits, I think that the UFC is suing some of the fighters for.
Oh, they're suing the fighters for money?
Yeah, to get.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I think they are.
Because the fighters don't even have any money to hire a lawyer.
Smart.
That's one of the things I always talk about. I just sue people who don't have money because they can't get a lawyer, so they just have to give it up immediately.
Yeah.
That's smart from the UFC because they have even better lawyers than me. They have the top one in the world
They're steps ahead.
by far. So you think it's smart from them?
Well, suing fighters is probably one of the best business plans you could have, right? You just
To shut them down, yes, but not to make money because they don't have any to give you in the MMA.
Yeah, but if you take all their money, then they have to fight for you.
Oh, just making them fight for money again? That's good business.
I mean, really, I know that they're trying to meme right now, but they're you take the lawsuit aspect out of this, and there's kind of a point to what they're saying. You know, keep them broke. Why do all the female fighters have OnlyFans? These are the questions. These are the questions. Yama, do you want me to ask Sean Brady anything if I see him? No, I'm not really. Tell him I said what's up, and you can tell him about the channel, but I don't have any specific questions for him. I tell him I think that his tattoos are cool. I don't know. Ask him who his tattoo guy is. We'll have that. We'll have that for the chat for all our friends who are tattoo people. But yeah, I don't really have any specific questions for Sean Brady off the top of my head. Ask him if he watches Yama. I mean, that's the real question, right? Be like, hey, have you ever heard of the greatest MMA channel on YouTube, bubbling beneath the surface right now, just surpassing 1,000 subscribers? And he'll be like, what the hell are you talking about? And you'll be like, snap out of it, Sean Brady. And then you slap a Yama sticker on his forehead. This is the way. Hungry dogs work harder mindset. This is what I'm talking about, dude. That's what I'm saying. You know, they're trying to meme a little bit here, but you can dig down deeper. That's, again, one of the reasons why I like Matan. He turns these like substantive questions into jokes, but you can tell that he has done his research to make the joke in the first place. That's good comedy. That's smart.
Genius.
That's really serious. That's genius.
And of course, company man Dom Cruz has to sit there like, yep, not going to say anything more than that. I like my job behind the desk.
Could you very humbly contribute $5, $10, or even $25 to the Trump campaign to fight against crooked Joe Biden?
5, 10 to go against the campaign of crooked Joe Biden. I would give as much money as you want to that campaign.
We want to stop him. We want to get on the Trump train and crash right into Sleepy Joe.
How? How you get on that train? The Trump train is the
Give him
question.
$10, he said.
That's it.
He said give him $10, he's going to give you a little pin in the mail, and you get to be on the train.
Buy Trump coin. How'd that work out? Yeah, I didn't know Dom was on that side of the aisle. Doesn't really surprise me all that much. Again, company man Dom Cruz knows where the bread is buttered, but yeah, whatever.
Interesting. So how do you straighten out somebody like Biden who, I mean, doesn't he use Braille?
But he doesn't even use nothing. He's sleeping.
What?
He has that woman running everything for him.
Doesn't he use Braille? That's a new one. Or at least to me anyway. Is that a thing? Were they saying that Joe Biden might have been visually impaired? I don't know.
No. You sure it's a woman?
Oh, that might be a man, but it's possible she switched
I mean,
it.
how do you know is the question.
That's a good question. Do you think women should be allowed to fight in UFC?
Oh, yeah.
What if they're disabled?
Didn't have another disabled woman fighter.
They've already had one before.
So 2 disabled women, right? We're talking about
Well,
fighting?
no, just one man and one disabled woman.
1 man, 1 disabled woman. I guess it depends on the weight. Does the woman have a weight advantage?
No, the woman is a lightweight or bantamweight, and then it's a light heavyweight man, maybe Jamal Hill. He came on the podcast before, so he will be able to do a good one.
Yeah, Hill. I know Hill. I think that he's got a soft heart, so he would let the...
No, but they said that they'll give him $100 million if he wins. So here's big incentive to...
Hill would smash the handicapped woman.
You think he will win that fight?
For $100 million?
Do you think he will be able to win against handicapped women?
How much are you giving the handicapped woman?
We'll offer her $40.
Ah, well. Could you give her...
Well, I mean, we know that Jamal is not going to be fighting any women unless they talk shit about his girlfriend. If you say you're going to hit Jamal Hill's girlfriend and you're a woman, you will get hit thereafter. He has made this very clear to a former champion. We know this. We did an entire stream about this. So that's really how you do it. 100 million is whatever, but just make a legitimately perceived threat towards his girlfriend, and that fight could actually happen.
Any money before? Well, actually, crooked Joe Biden's would probably subsidize her whole camp.
Oh, he will. You know what he will do? He'll just raise the taxes on her.
No, but he would raise the taxes on us and give the money to her to prepare for the fight.
He wants to do socialism on us?
He would pay for the camp
What an asshole.
against Hill, wouldn't he?
He would like to.
And is she in a wheelchair or is it a different? What's the handicap?
Multiple wheelchair, brain handicap, all of them.
See, Dom asking the real questions right now. Dom is digging deep. I'm telling you, this is the thing. Dom, when he is in I am going to be a funny guy mode, he can pull that off. That's what I'm telling you. This is the problem with smart assholes, is that they're crafty that way. They adapt to situations that way. Dom Cruz right now adapting to a comedic situation. Take him out of that, the true colors show.
Brain.
Just all the handicaps possible.
That now you're making it interesting. But then that would assume that Hill is not handicapped because right now he's coming back from an Achilles
Oh
injury.
yeah, he was on here. He was
He
on
had an
a
Achilles injury. So now we're talking about two handicapped people. So it's actually an even fight. Now we've got odds.
I wonder what the odds will be on that fight. But how about this? We start adding not mental or physical handicaps, but handicaps on the fight. She is not allowed to throw punches.
What are Hill's handicaps?
Or he doesn't have any.
Well, he has no.
Actually, no, we had a handicap for him that after the rounds end, he is allowed to attack the cornerman.
So he fights the handicapped girl and then attacks the corner.
Yeah, and they can't fight back. They're not allowed. They get arrested by the police.
That sounds like L.A.
But yeah, I mean, it's a very funny situation that you're painting here. A very funny picture that you're painting. But again, I feel that Matan, he holds on to the bit just a little too long sometimes, even though Dom is carrying the bit with him.
Are you here often?
Just got here. Came to visit. It's a little rough out there.
Have you've ever lived here for a long period of time or not really?
No, I just come up and visit.
What was the longest you've ever been here?
I used to work for Fox Studios, so I'd come out.
Fox
Fox
News.
Studios, yeah.
The Alpha
Wasn't the part of the
Republicans or
news,
the
though.
ones?
I wasn't part of the news. I was part
Okay.
of the Fox family, because that was before ESPN picked us up.
Oh, that was when UFC was on there.
Yep. Yep.
I was trying to find the question to lead it in correctly, but I messed up the transition. But it's about San Francisco. It's a little bit similar to LA. Do you think they should keep going with the law that pays people to shit in the middle of the street, or do you think they should get rid of that one?
I think they should get. I think they should get Gavin Newsom cleaning it.
He should clean the shit.
Well, just a video for the next political, like for the next marketing scheme.
No, that would be.
They should have him cleaning up the shit so he's giving back to the community, and then that would show us that he's about it. You know what I mean?
I think that will backfire.
No, I like that. I think that that's actually kind of legit. And as you may know, legitimate problem in San Francisco. It is such a bad problem, people shitting in the streets of San Francisco, that they actually have an app that you can download on your phone that is a human shit tracker, so that you can avoid, presumably at least, that you avoid human feces as you walk around the streets of San Francisco. Also, paradoxically, it would seem, one of, if not the most expensive cities to live in the United States. Truly, the haves and the have-nots coexisting in one place. And I don't know if it still is the most expensive, but it certainly was at one time. So could you imagine having to make $250,000 to $300,000 a year just to afford to live in a place where when you walk outside of your apartment, the first thing you are greeted with is human shit on your doorstep? These are the times.
On him though.
Why?
Because then it will show people that because of him, people are already shitting in the street.
No, they would say he's cleaning everything.
But
He's
it's only
giving
one
back.
man. And one
Yeah.
man with a messed up brain.
Yeah,
He
but
can't
he's
clean
giving
all
back-
that shit.
But he's giving back to the community if he cleans.
He's helping, but have you ever been to San Francisco?
No.
Oh, it's a disaster over there.
Which part?
The whole thing, I was over in the city maybe a year or two ago. I went with a couple people. We made a bet. We said if we were there for 36 hours. We made a bet to see if we would see anybody shitting in the middle of the street. After 12 hours, we saw one. And then we saw another one around the 30-hour mark. So I won all the money.
That may very well be true. I will say that I went to San Francisco many years ago now, probably, I want to say like 20 years ago, something like that, even more than that, perhaps. It was great. It was really nice back then. I think a lot of the problems that have developed in San Francisco have come about more recently, but it was a fine city when I was there. But of course, I was only there as a tourist and did not partake in much of the local culture as a youngster. So unfortunate that that is where it is now. California doesn't sound good in any city. A lot of them are not. A lot of them are not unless you got a lot of cash. Again, the haves and the have-nots in California. Unless you get outside of the major cities. You start getting into like some of the more rural areas, then it's kind of just like, any kind of country area out there. A lot of farmland in California in between, in the big flank of the state, so to speak. Like, the between San Francisco and LA, that whole big stretch, there's a lot of open land in California. What possibly possesses people to shit in the street? Homelessness, my friend. Yeah, huge homeless population in San Francisco. Same with LA. It's just, again, it is very much a feast or famine in California and the major cities, unfortunately, and does not seem to be getting much better, sadly.
So what did you do with the money? Did you buy?
Oh, I went to Dollar Tree. I bought the stick. I've been saving that one up. That's how I was able to afford it. Do you want to try it? That's the new Mr. Beast bar.
Yeah. So now Mr. Beast bar is at the dollar store too.
I don't know if they're selling him at the dollar store, but they're selling that chocolate bar somewhere. But we just found it. We don't have the real chocolate. We just have the wrapper.
I think we're better off giving this to some of the homeless sitting outside.
That would make for a good video if we make them eat that.
That's what Mr. Beast does, right? He would.
Oh,
video,
that would be a good video for
himself
Mr. Beast.
Giving away the.
What if he gives away stuff like this? That would be his last video. Do you think?
Not if he came back from all of that shit he was in with the friend of his that was having inappropriate conversations with minors. Mr. Beast is untouchable, bro. How crazy is that to think about, right? We talk about these things. Time heals all wounds and everything. Mr. Beast has this major controversy within his organization, says, I'm going to restructure, and basically just goes on and everything's fine. Didn't have his show canceled. Mr. Beast is untouchable. Money fixes everything. You are above the law when you have enough cash. These are the facts. I get you're homeless, but can't you use a public washroom or McDonald's, or at least go behind a tree? I mean, when you are as systemically homeless as some people are, those kinds of conventions go out the window, perhaps. Again, it's pretty dire straits for some people out there, man. Gotta be aware of these things as to how bad it can get. That's why I always do have compassion for everybody. And, a lot of people would say, oh, these homeless people, you give them money, they're just going to spend it on drugs. They're just going to spend it on alcohol. And it's like, okay. I mean, yeah, that might be the case, but they're still people. And, maybe they deserve a little bit of human decency. And even if I am contributing to what would be the problem, if they are already going to continue having those problems anyway, I do feel that there is still at least a level of human connection that shows that that the entire world is not as cold and uncaring as most people are when you at least give a little bit to the homeless. Sometimes. Not that you need to do it all the time, perhaps, but, we have a lot of homeless here in Florida. So, if I'm in the position to do so, if I got a little extra change, I'll try to throw it to the homeless. And again, it's really not even about what they use the money for. It's really more to say, hey, I still recognize that you're a human being and you're having tough times. Is that right or wrong? That's up to you to decide. The Bible told me to give money to the poor in the community, so I keep some loonies in my car to give to homeless people. There you go. See? You gave one a joint and a lighter last week. Well, all right. I don't know. That might be getting into a little bit of different territory, but the sentiment is there, though. The sentiment is actually somewhat similar if you break it down. So I can get behind it to an extent, I suppose. At least you have the compassion, and that I think is what's important. Savage, how you doing, brother? I was homeless for 6 months. Yes, we know the Savage story, or at least I do, of course. I remember you telling us about this. Absolutely. If I ever shot outside, it was behind a tree and isolated area. Yeah, well, that's because you were still on the come up. You were still knowing that at some point you would be back in a better situation, thankfully, which I'm very glad was the case, Or I'd go to a grocery store or gas station, depending on where I was at. Shitting in high traffic areas is wild. Yeah, absolutely. But again, I really do feel like you get to a point where and again, I'm glad you never got to it, but I think for some of those people, it's just and also it's probably the surroundings as well, because you're in an area where you're probably amongst a lot of other homeless people. You see it being normalized when you're out and about amongst your fellow homeless, fellow unhoused individuals, and it just kind of becomes the norm, is probably how it all goes down. I want to know, who was the first homeless person to start the trend? Who was the dude who was just like, fuck it, I'm not even going behind a tree. I'm doing this right here. Kind of a trailblazer. How much fent does someone have to do before you start shitting in the streets? I mean, that certainly plays a part, I am sure. Skid Row, also very, that way. But actually, at Skid Row, probably less, because they at least have camps. They've got tents and stuff. After years and years, my tune would probably be different. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I was saying institutionalized homelessness, systemic homelessness, I guess you should say. Yeah. Institutionalized kind of has a different connotation, but systemic homelessness, it takes its toll on people, Be shitting on everyone's doorstep, bro. Damn. I mean, depending on how you feel about your socioeconomic status, when, again, a city like San Francisco, where you've got people making millions of dollars in high rises and you're out here with nothing to eat, maybe the get back is to shit on the front steps of the building. Oh man, crazy to think about. But look, I'm not trying to say that I have all the answers. I just have a modicum of compassion left within my black heart. So I feel like a lot of the world has lost that. And you see what we're dealing with now.
Depends on if he gave away a grill with it.
He will just need to, no grill, just make them sign a waiver beforehand.
See, this is what I mean. You got all the answers.
See, it's just so smart, because this is the youth. They're coming up with solutions for the problems.
Always. This is why I'm here. What else?
That's what we need. We need the youth to come up with solutions for the problem. However, it seems like a lot of the youth are just as bad as the previous generations. That's, this is one of the things, and I'm trying not to get super dark with all of this stuff, but I've always said this. People say if you forget history, or if you don't know your history, you are doomed to repeat it. And what I always say is, those who know their history are doomed to watch it repeat itself and are powerless to stop it. And that's how I feel often, because I am seeing a next generation come up with the same problems that we have, the same solutions a lot of the time based on what is being handed down to them, and no actual fixes, and a whole bunch of other fluffy bullshit that is thrown into the mix to distract from the real problems. So it's just an unfortunate dynamic that I see for the next generation coming up. But to Dom's credit here, and to what Matan is saying, of course, obviously within a comedic context, but to say that the youth need to find the answers is a true statement in a way. And one of the reasons why I am very glad that I do not have children. Thinker's black at heart. I thought you were Jewish. Well, I mean, definitely that, but you know I got bars though, right? Prolonged life of our elderly generation combined with an exhausted capitalist machine means wealth is at the biggest disparity it's been since the French Revolution. Yeah, that late stage capitalism certainly is appearing to be part of the problem, I guess. But I think that the bigger issue is that it's not... I think that trying to blame capitalism by itself is not the answer, because I think that it is corruption that's the bigger problem. Capitalism as the system is like, there are probably portions of it that contribute to that. I mean, the fundamental nature of the structure does have flaws to it. But the fact that we don't have capitalism, we have capitalism plus a corrupt machine that values only power and influence, that is what makes it a rigged game. Because you can say, it's almost the same with how China has the Communist Party in China. It's not communism in China. It is communism based on the way that they want to house it. But you have a totalitarian power structure that enforces the communism. So that in and of itself is not truly communist. It's, there are structural elements to it that pervert the nature of the system. So we have something like that to an extent because we have a power structure that is above the law and entirely corrupt and not allowing the system to function as it is intended to. So you get this perverted version of whatever you put in front of it, which is, like I said, in China it's perverted and in America it's perverted. So these are the problems. If countries actually spent their tax dollars on their own country and to actually help its citizens, you'd be cool with capitalism. Again, these are all part of the same problem. These are all part of the same issue. Where the money is spent, how the money is spent, the fact that all of the money is in the hands of so very few, and trickle-down economics is certainly never going to work. We have hoarders of money. We have institutions that are insulated to keep power structures as they are. Anyway, weighty subjects beyond my pay grade, but just saying.
Can you teach me about what the youth are doing?
Well, I guess we will just have to see as we move on with the questions.
Yeah, ask Mike a question.
Ask Mike.
Shame on you, Mike.
Dom really wants to have a good relationship with asshole Mike here. I think that they actually have the better chemistry, to be perfectly honest.
Who do you think would win in the fight? The chicken or the egg?
That's a good one.
Man, which came first? The typical question. That's a good question. Again, the chicken or the egg?
I think biologically speaking, the chicken had to come first. I've actually thought about this. These are the shower thoughts that Thinker St. James has. This is how I got the name, of course, overthinking things. But I believe that the animal had to evolve to the point of producing eggs. So when you had the proto chicken, whatever the chicken came from in the evolutionary chain, that it probably was not always an egg producing biological organism in its earlier stages. So once it evolved to the point of laying eggs, that is when eggs became. So maybe there were eggs in the sense of like how, you have ovarian eggs and things like that. But as far as the actual egg goes, I don't think that the egg could have come first because there would be no organism to make the egg. That's my theory. There's one animal that crossed our threshold of chicken and then laid the first chicken egg after. Exactly. Yep, there you go. Theoretically, the chicken as we know it had to differ from its parents to some capacity. So in the case of the true chicken, the first instance of it is an egg. Oh, well, see, here you go. Now we're getting into the deeper discussion here. But that's my point, though, is that if we're talking biologically, if you're saying that like the first, like if we're talking about like the first actual thing that we consider a chicken had to lay the first chicken egg in order for that to be the first chicken, then perhaps. But we still had to have an organism that got to the point of becoming the chicken. So like there was an evolutionary path to the animal, and then the egg would come thereafter. I think we're almost saying the same thing. I agree 100%. Wasn't a chicken until T-Rex evolved into a chicken and then the egg was laid. See, there you go. So yeah, I think we're basically all kind of saying the same thing. But yeah, so you are technically, yeah. So if you want to, it depends on how you look at it then, right? Because if you're saying that, yeah, the first chicken had to have come out of an egg in order to be the chicken as we know it, then yes. But what I'm saying is that there had to be the evolution into the proto chicken. And then, so if you consider that the chicken, you see what I mean? Like something had to make the modern version of the egg in the first place. So really it's where you decide the starting point, I guess. But I like it. This is why we're smarter than other MMA channels. We got all the answers around here at Yama. That's because of you guys.
Shit. I guess I got to go with the egg because when I go on Twitter, the egg just has no feelings. You don't know who it is. You don't know what it is. It's unbeatable.
Who's the egg on Twitter?
You never know. That's the problem.
Oh, the
It's
profile
just an
photo.
egg.
Dom really should be doing stand-up comedy, or not stand-up, rather, improv comedy. Dom really should be an improv performer because that was a pretty solid improv move that he just pulled there. Taking the chicken versus the egg and applying it to the Twitter conversation. Kind of a savvy veteran move.
He will win,
It's unbeatable.
and the chicken is running away. He's scared.
Well, you know what it is. So
Big
it's now.
chicken when Mike shows up because Mike big guy and then make him fly like chicken.
Mike, you need to cut your talking right now.
Yeah, Mike is doing a whole lot of interjecting in this episode. Where is Viral Flooring? I miss Viral Flooring. He's my favorite too. I think that the pecking order goes, my absolute favorite is the bulging eyes guy. Viral Flooring is next. Matan, then Mike, then the guest.
Make them fly like chicken.
Yeah, Mike.
Smart.
Yeah.
Wise. You keep wise people around.
This guy is the opposite of wise. This guy is a disaster.
And why do you keep them around? Does it make you feel good to keep disasters around you?
No, it's obligation.
For what?
They don't even let me talk about it.
Big dog Mike. That's why.
See, he's proud of it. He got me locked into a deal. He has to be here.
Man, they're lucky to have you though. The talking piece.
Without me, that would be terrible. What weapon? No, that question is too stupid. I'm gonna save that for somebody else.
See, I'm Matan Matan is also reading the room. He's realizing that Dom is going into all of the, he's following along with all of this. So it's like, I can throw these curveballs at him, but we're just going to keep spinning our wheels as far as the yes-anding goes. This is almost the same situation I talked about in the Nina Drama and Tom Aspinall "Have You Ever Been Fingered by an MMA Fighter" video. Good video, by the way. You should watch that one if you haven't seen it. Change your name from Thinker to Deep Thinker could be a porn name too. I mean, talk to some of the ladies that I know. They might already call me that.
That one is not even reasonable to ask.
Okay.
Why do you think there are clouds in the sky? Is it possibly black magic?
I think the clouds are what are those called? Where they're drawing the lines in the sky. Oh my gosh.
Dom is going chemtrails right now. Really? Dom Cruz pulling out the deep conspiracy knowledge over here? I guess I shouldn't be too surprised considering his political leanings, but okay.
Chemtrails.
There
Chemtrails?
it is.
I think it's all chemtrails
That's a good theory.
by crooked Joe Biden. I think he's lining them up.
Fucking asshole, Joe Biden.
Yeah.
You voted for Trump.
I am not voting.
You're not voting?
Not yet.
Who would you vote for?
I'm going to stay right in the middle.
Right in the middle?
Yeah, because I think that both sides are corrupt. I don't know what's
Would you go for
Based. All right, Dom. I'll give you some credit there. I mean, if that's the case, then all right. But he did just say he was going to give $5, $10 to Trump. But of course, you can only take return of that money in Trump coin. How much is Trump coin worth right now? Somebody go look up what the value of Trump coin is. Let me know.
that one? The one guy, he lost his voice.
Isn't there a question mark you can put? I heard
But
there's
that
a-
one is for Kanye West.
Yeah.
You're voting for Kanye West?
I mean, it's just a question mark. You know, in the yeah, you're
Matan fist bumping over voting for Kanye. I don't think that Kanye would like Matan too much, from what I understand about Matan's background.
well, asshole Mike would push the question mark too. But the bottom line is this: in a video game, when you hit the question mark, do you know what you're hitting, or are you just picking any character?
Or just randomizer?
Yeah, I feel like that's what politics is, anyways. It's
It's just randomizing? So they make the same thing anyways, just the changing of the hair, the skin color, all that.
you get it.
Yeah, not too far off. Not too far off. And anytime that anybody actually tries to challenge the power structure, be it the GOAT Ron Paul or Bernie Sanders or anybody who actually has a valuable thought to make legitimate systemic change, what happens? Cast off upon the rocks. Dashed upon the rocks.
What do you think about the Russian MMA where they do 3-on-1 fights? Do you think that's fair or not?
I think it'd be more fair if you put them in there against the handicapped person you named earlier.
Also, 3 heavyweight Russians versus 1 handicapped woman.
Well, it's a win-win for the handicapped woman because nobody expects her to win against 3 people.
But it will be a loss if she gets killed in the ring.
Nobody's gonna kill her.
Actually, she might not care because
Nobody actually goes serious on a handicapped person.
but they are incentivized with a lot of money.
Yeah, but I mean, people have hearts, right?
No.
No, that's
Sad but true. That's a Metallica song, but also a factual statement nowadays.
So we can't throw you in on them. It'd be bad, huh?
very bad.
Why do you think none of the UFC fighters have tried doing the Batista bomb?
I don't know what the Bautista bomb is.
You don't know him from a WWE?
Yeah, I
Thought he was talking about Mario Bautista. They do try to do the Bautista bomb. That's where you hold your opponent up against the cage until they can't move anymore. And then you bomb them by winning a decision win.
know him, but what's the bomb?
He does a move on them. That's his special move.
Oh, why haven't they done it in the octagon?
Yeah.
The referees would.
They will disqualify for that one?
Yeah,
Why are they so strict?
that's a good question too. I think that the
Hey, are we going to have a Keith Peterson mention here? I don't remember. I have seen this interview before, but I don't remember anything about it. So are we going to get a little mention of Keith Peterson? I don't know. Seems like $5 per Trump coin. Okay, so you can get a lot of them for cheap. I'm sure that they're going to skyrocket in value any day now.
commissions are paid off by also crooked Joe Biden.
Oh, he's paying them?
Yeah.
But
Ooh, spicy take from Dom that the commissions are paid off. This is well before the Bulgarian situation, but after the Shailan Norden-Beke incident. So maybe Dom with a little inside information. At Cash Patel, what the fuck is Cash Patel going to do? Probably not much. What did he do with any of these very high-level legal matters? The director of the FBI, our highest authority when it comes to law enforcement in this country. Not fucking much.
an asshole. He's just getting involved in everything.
Yeah, you like the smell of raw meat?
No, it's terrible. I don't even know why we have that in the studio. That is making the whole studio smell bad.
I mean, I figured it was just something that you were gonna cook.
No, there's nothing. There's no next step with this one. That's it.
He's abandoning the Mr. Beast bit. Come on, Matan, you got to keep it up.
Just had it on the floor, taped to something, and that was the end of that whole thing. Now it's just making me angry. Mike can't even believe it.
Glad the eyes guy hasn't come back. I'm seriously think we should give him the steak.
You want to give it to him?
Yeah.
I don't know where he is. We can try calling him back in. Here, I'm gonna have my producer get him right now.
Yeah.
Oh, here he is. He heard us.
Yeah. See.
And what does he do during the interview if he's not if he doesn't have a part? Does he just sit behind the scenes waiting to have an opportunity to poke back in? I mean, it could have been a good opportunity for him to come through the curtain. That might have been the way to go, but no, it looks like he's just going to come back in through the front.
Oh my God, here he is. Do you want to try eating this one? This is the new Mr. Beast bar. Do you want to try it? Oh, he left. He doesn't want it either.
He looks starving.
He has enough food in his stomach, but he even wanted the Mr. Beast bar.
Man. If Mr. Beast was here to give it to him, it would make YouTube, and then he'd get so many views that he would eat it.
Mr. Beast, he's gonna have a trouble if he doesn't start doing stuff like this. His views are gonna go right down. What's the most viewed podcast you've ever done?
This one with you.
No, with your podcast.
No,
Good answer.
this is my podcast. Try to tell me that this isn't yours anymore.
You're saying this is yours?
I'm pretty much taking it from you. Because you have the views already, so I'd rather just take your business than try to start my own.
Or just taking over this business?
Yeah, that's what crooked Joe Biden would do.
He took over the whole country.
Yeah, so if he can do it, I can do it. Let me just have your business. I deserve
But
it.
without me taking those views from the website, there's gonna
No,
be
but you
nothing
work
left.
for me now, so I trust you to handle all that.
Well, you want? I can just handle it if you want.
Yeah, just handle that. Thank you.
There's a new sheriff in town. Cash just stares into space and wishes he was white all day. Well, I mean, I don't know about that part, but he certainly wants to keep within the good graces of the power structure. You know, I mean, he was definitely a level jumper, jumped himself right into a position that he was not qualified for and is trying desperately to keep it, which apparently he's doing a good enough job because he's still in the job. So must be great keeping us safe here in the United States.
Do you think you will be able to become the UFC heavyweight champion if you gained 100 pounds?
No.
Why not?
Because I would still only weigh 30 pounds less than the maximum weight.
What if you gained 130 pounds?
I got a chance.
You think you can do it?
How do I gain 130? That's like eating somebody that's your size.
Oh, just do something like that. Just keep eating every day, couple thousand more calories, and then you can do it in a couple of years.
Yeah, let's do that. But you corner me.
You can start with this one.
Okay. I think we need a knife to cut this. Let's eat. Let's start together.
Let me get something for you.
Just leave Dom mid podcast.
Oh, what a guy. This should be interesting. Okay. You want some?
Oh, you should try it first, and then
Together.
I'll...
Chopsticks.
Let's break bread.
Is this one edible or this is not edible?
Oh, you have to do this. Otherwise, You could get splinters.
This will turn me Asian.
You could get. I mean, you said that, not me. It's important that we keep record of that.
No, you said it. You said that if you do the chopsticks, you'll be Asian guy.
No. I think you misheard me.
Dom casually shrugging that off. Nope, not me. Based on how he talks about Valhalla and other brown people, it feels like a lot of self-hatred. I mean, perhaps. I don't know. I have not. I don't think I've heard him talk enough about that kind of stuff to know, to have a good enough gauge of that. But all I know is that he has been presented with some very important information that the entire country wants to be released in full, and has done everything within his power to obstruct justice. And apparently, if Charlie is to be believed, shout out to Moist Critical, apparently perjured himself under oath. So, not great for our powerful figures. But then again, like I've said, we live in a lawless land in lawless times.
Well, let me hold it down for you.
Okay, yeah. Let's see. Well, you too. You need some too, right? It's not bad. It tastes like a dollar store cake.
A little bit hot. It's a warm cake.
This episode is not as good as the other ones, by the way. Just putting that out there. This is very tame and mild compared to the other ones that we've watched.
Want some more?
No, I'm gonna put that there to hold up.
You can take this for your birthday party later.
Okay. Yes.
You can have the rest of that later.
Thank you. How did you get started in all this?
In celebrating birthday parties?
In this world.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't know. I couldn't come up with something quick. Let me think.
See, this is why I'm very excited to watch the other one, the other interview, the Dom Cruz's podcast, because I think Dom Cruz is going to be in the driver's seat more, and we're going to get some reality out of Matan, because he's not going to be able to be in control of the situation, which obviously is very much a part of what allows him to do all of this.
Give me 1 second. Just born.
Born great.
Born scamming.
Oh. Who taught you that?
Oh, that's just known at birth. It's like eating for a dog or some other animal. They just know how to do it.
Got it. You didn't have a leader that taught you any of these things?
No, I'm the one teaching all of those magic tricks. I'm selling a course actually.
There we go. I do footwork course. What's
You
yours?
do footwork?
Yeah, what's yours course?
I'm doing $200 a month. I'm gonna teach you how to scam people. I do phone scams, SMS scams. If you have somebody's phone number, can call the provider.
Can we do it now? Let's do a phone scam.
No, what we will need to do is, let's say I have your phone number, and you're under AT&T or something. I can call AT&T and give them your number, and then they're gonna send me your SIM card, and then I have all the information. That's a pretty good scam.
That's how it works?
There's different ones. That one is one of them.
That's pretty impressive that you even know that. It's a little scary.
No, I'm teaching it. I'm selling that one.
You ever seen the video of Brandon Buckingham with that rapper who's like a legitimate scammer, and they like go to the Apple store? No, I think they go to they think they were at the Apple store for a little bit, but they go to like Target or something, and they have like the credit card scam where like the SIM card's broken or whatever, and like you have to try it a couple of times, and like then you have to swipe it or whatever. Like there was a whole elaborate thing with it, but apparently scamming is alive and well. And this rapper dude like is a notorious scammer, and they like recruit some homeless lady to help them with it. That was all kinds of crazy, man. If you've not seen the video that I'm talking about with Brendan Buckingham, it was a wild journey. Gotta love Detroit scam rap. Is that its own genre? Are there literal Detroit rappers that are rapping about their scams? There was a kid who was like the son of a counterfeiter who was like trying to be a rapper, and he rapped all about counterfeiting, and they ended up catching the father because of his raps. Kind of crazy. Or at least his raps were used as evidence. because he was like legitimately going over exactly how you counterfeit money. Very strange. They literally lay it out bar for bar. I mean, the brazenness of rappers nowadays in general is wild to me, man. We've talked about this plenty of times when it comes to like the drill rappers and stuff. I mean, it's insane to me that they're like just so like 100% open about things that can get you life in prison and also get you killed. I mean, you know, again, I come from an era where real G's move in silence like lasagna, you know? Lil Wayne had the blueprint and they just said, we're not following that. Wild times.
Oh, okay.
This is for real. This is a real course I'm selling.
That's why you got the most views.
This is how I can afford such a
Yeah.
crazy podcast. This is a really high production one.
And your coat.
The coat this is unbelievable. I wear this every day.
Well, that's expensive though. You can't.
He does have like a uniform, doesn't he? He's always wearing the black coat. It's a look. Also, Hydra, post some of that scam rap in the Discord. I would definitely like to hear it.
Oh, good. We got the skinny guy.
Hell yeah.
Like it. The weird's good. The weird's good.
Weird's good. Wise words, Tom.
I mean, I just feel like he needs some food.
I beat him in the stare down.
Did you?
Oh, you want to give him some? He can have all of it.
He needs it.
Give the rest to him.
He's looking.
I think he was the one that David Lucas like made smell his ass, which is really foul.
Looking lean. Needs some calories, homie. Could just be the black though. Makes him look more slim than he is, right?
Oh, he took down Spider-Man. Do you want to eat that? Do you want a fork? I can't tell if he hears me. Do you want a fork? Do you want to eat it with your hands or chopstick?
You're a good guy keeping these keeping
is-
these guys at work.
He should appreciate what I'm doing for him.
You are. You're doing a lot.
Nobody else will ever have somebody like that on a podcast.
I think this is what's impressive about what brought me on was I started to see on your how the people you have working for you.
You saw him and Mike?
Yeah, and I was like, you're a good Samaritan.
Just because if these guys weren't here, what other job can somebody like that get? Look at him right now. That's it. This is the only one.
I mean, you're a giver.
I had to create this whole thing around him. This was all. This is
This represents the white of his eyes.
Do they all wear eye makeup? Like, is Matan wearing eye makeup and this guy also like blacks his eyes a little bit? Like, are they just naturally that dark? I would assume that at least he's wearing makeup, but kind of looks like Matan has a little eyeshadow on or something there too. Matan has DEI hires despite hating crooked Joe Biden. You can look at it that way, I suppose. John Dong, how are you, sir? You just missed Rick Allen. By about an hour. But how you doing, John? Good to see you, bro.
exactly. And the table's the black of his eyes.
Darkness in there. There's some darkness in your eyes, man. Some demons he needs to face.
No, I don't even think there's demons. I think there's nothing. He's just a blank human.
How does that happen?
He's born that way. He's born because his head is empty.
See, that's why what a guy, man. You just deal with empty-headed people and you just hire them. How do you do this?
Just makes me feel good. I know I'm doing something good for the world.
You should video it more.
Here, let's.
So that way people know. Otherwise, if you don't video it, then it didn't happen.
Just take a video with my phone of his face.
Yeah, let's do that. Because this is you just being a good Samaritan. First you.
Hey guys, I'm doing a good deed by hiring somebody like that. Nobody else would do that. And then show him. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, who would? I mean, would you hire that guy? Nope.
There you go.
So now we can post that on Instagram.
That's the one.
That's going on Instagram.
Well, that's the thing. Now you're teaching me this is how you do it. If I don't video the things that I do, then I can't get any likes.
Yeah, I wouldn't tell anybody if I did something good, I need to tell people, because otherwise, what's the point of doing it?
See, again, another quality of 2020. What's the date today? We in 23 or 24?
22.
Kind of lost track. This guy's throwing me off a little.
They all kind of blend together, don't they?
He wouldn't know anyways.
Oh, he doesn't even know that it's 2000s.
Oh,
He might think it's still the 1900s.
yeah, he's doing good. Yes.
Well, really, thank you for coming on the podcast, but you need to leave right now. We actually have to shoot with Longneck in 5 minutes.
Oh, awesome.
Longneck is coming through. He's been waiting outside for the past 3 hours.
Is that always his go-to? He's always got long neck as the next guy up.
What is he doing out there?
He's waiting for the podcast.
Oh, okay. Is that why I had to wait?
Yeah, he's still outside.
Okay.
We're gonna leave him out for a little bit.
Thank you. Yep.
All right. I guess there you have it. And there you go. Okay, so that was Dom Cruz on Matan's podcast. As I said, I think that that episode was definitely not as entertaining as some of the other ones that we watched, but you still get you get all of the classic Matan tropes in there to an extent. A little bit more tame, I would say, than some of the other ones. Of course, we will get to the Rampage one at some point, not today though, but interesting enough, I suppose. Oh, yeah, and seeing Jenny Nicholson on here, John, I did want to tell you, I did go back and watch Jenny Nicholson's video about Joker. I think she makes a couple of decent points, but there's a good amount of stuff in there that like I would not agree with. But she's entertaining, so really, I mean, when it comes to like those kinds of videos, it's the entertainment value of the person that's talking more than like always the points, I guess. So I still think that there was value to it, but yeah, I think that she was like, there were certain points that I could definitely raise issues with. I got to go back and now watch the EFAP episode you were talking about. Always long neck. Love it. Hey, Chase, what's good, brother? I'm here. Just got you on TV. Good stream. Everyone like it? Or your feet smell. Appreciate you, bro. Hope you're doing well, bro. I hope everything's going good for you. Did you see the UFC announcements today? Yes, we've talked about those today. Gone over a couple of those earlier. Interesting more than exciting for a lot of people, but you know. There's a guy who was live for 4 hours only for that announcement. Oh, wow. Worth, I'm sure. All right. Well, speaking of being live, we will continue being live on the other side of a quick break. We are going to take a break, and then we're going to come back, and we are going to watch Matan Even on Dominick Cruz's podcast. Yes, the second half of the program will be the Matan interview. I'm very excited to see how Matan is when he is in the hot seat. So do not go away. BRB. Just like that, boom, quickest breaks in all of MMA live streaming. Your boy is back. All right, well, got this one already queued up here. So, of course, this is the Love and War podcast with Dominick Cruz. Matan meets his match. This is episode 4 of the show. When was this? Oh, this was only a month ago. Okay. So this is fairly recent. All right. Well, a lot to get into with this. So the Matan episode that we just watched happened a while before this. So this is pretty well after the interview that we just watched. And I guess we're going to find out how Dom handles Matan when Matan is not in control. So full screen we go. This is a little bit longer, so strap in. But let's hear what Dom Cruz has to say with Matan when Dom Cruz controls the narrative.
Just got done talking to the man, the myth, the legend. If you haven't seen him, Matan Even. Very awkward, very offbeat. You don't know who you're going to get. Are you going to get the real Matan? Are you going to get the guy who's putting on a show? I got the guy who's putting on a show mixed in with the real guy. Make sure you tune in. He's hilarious. He's witty. And there's a reason why he's got over 1 million views on YouTube, because he's just fun and interesting to listen to.
Oh, he's got way more than 1 million views. He's got over 1 million subscribers, I think is what Dom meant to say. But you get the hook. See, Dom Cruz has a podcast crew behind him. He's got a production team. So Dom Cruz, they say, we're going to bait you in with a little bit of a teaser. And that is what Dom just did there. So you do the teaser, and then you do the intro graphic here, and then we get into the show. There's a progression that you go through with these things. Obviously, Dom Cruz has the team in place.
That is the dark sides of us that don't work, but they work perfectly for war.
You can love somebody and still beat them up.
Are you sure you're not Mexican?
What the? Where was the beat drop? Come on, Dom. I was about to start rocking out for a minute there with the intro, and we got no actual drop. Cock tease. Break song is always such a banger. Hell yeah, dude. Shout out to Northwater, bro. Hope that guy's doing well. In that Jenny Nicholson video, when she mocks that dude who was recording the talk show scene in Joker, that was pretty funny. Yeah, I mean, she's funny. That's the thing, is that, like, Jenny Nicholson is, like, a naturally kind of funny person. So, her takes, even if you don't agree with them, there's still value there. Taking Izzy over Joe? What's wrong with that? Who'd have thought? Oh, you're taking Izzy over Joe, and you think that there's something wrong with that? No, bro, it's what I was saying earlier before you got here. Like, conventional wisdom should say that Israel Adesanya can still win a fight. He was one of the most dominant champions in the history of the division. I mean, he should be able to beat Joe Pyfer. As I said, if he cannot beat Joe Pyfer, then it really is the end of the line. But until we see it, I'm riding with Izzy too. Fuck yeah, I'm glad for the long live stream. I missed a lot of streams lately. Got to get my Yamma fixed. Brother, appreciate you being here, Savage. I was noticing that you weren't here very, very often recently. I am very glad you're back and hope everything is going well for you. Joe sucks, won't touch Izzy. I mean, that's hopefully what happens. But Izzy has now shown that Izzy can be touched. This is the problem. This is what I was saying when we talked about Nasruddin Imavov. Nasruddin Imavov does not suck, but the idea was, he can stay on the outside. Izzy, the champion of staying on the outside, keeping distance, pointing his way in, and then getting the shots where he can and using that effectively. Nasruddin Imavov marched right up to him and said no dice with that game plan. So can Joe Pyfer do that too? Time will tell. But I think it is certainly possible. And again, if Israel Adesanya does not win this fight, then yeah, there are greater problems at play, and the ship has most certainly sailed at that point. Imavov actually has good hands, though. Joe has a straight right. I mean, true. That is true. But he's good enough at closing distance that he should be able to land that, is the thing. This really is a question of can Joe execute the Imavov blueprint? I mean, yeah, well, this is the thing. It's not even necessarily a blueprint specific to Imavov. It's just understand, like, it's the same way when any fighter gets figured out. Now, Izzy may be a little bit of a different story because he was able to keep it going for so long at the top of the division. But if you know that staying on the outside or allowing Izzy to stay on the outside is going to be the thing that he uses most effectively, then closing distance and getting past kicking range is the thing to do. It's not a specific thing to any one person. It's just that Izzy was able to not let it happen for so long. Now we're seeing it happen more and more. You know, times change, people change. Also, and again, I don't want to be speculating here too hard, and I'm not trying to put anything negative out into the world that is unfounded. These are purely things that are questions that I have. But Israel Adesanya, he did have that problem with the DUI. You know, we saw the Charlie Kirk shot. Likes his drink. Guy likes his drink. I don't know how much he has been taking his training seriously as of late. Again, I'm not saying that is reality. I'm not even accusing him of anything in that regard. I'm just saying that these are the questions that I have based on his performance. Just saying. Just saying. You know, he's got a pretty successful YouTube channel of his own. He's a superstar in his home country. Probably set for life off of what he has made from fighting. How much does he really want it at this point? These are the questions. Izzy is going to get touched like his dog. Trust. Yo, damn Hydra. You're the savage now. And Joe will gas once again. All right, that's an interesting equation, or a part of the equation rather, is if Joe can get to him before gassing. Could we see Israel Hermanson-Asanya? I tried. It might not have been a great attempt, but you know what I'm trying to say here.
Ken?
No.
He has to.
I'm a white-blooded American.
Mexican?
White-blooded American. I see no color.
Yeah, because, it's kind of a lack of color.
Mm-hmm. That would be technically a shade, no? So now you're in shades. That's how you roll?
I don't know if that's how it works. I think it's just a lack of melanin, right?
Could be. What nationality are you? Does anybody know?
I'm white.
I don't believe that.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Where do you get your accent from?
This is a business one, to sound professional, so when I do podcasts, etc. Not like I'm not sounding like this off camera, but I've practiced to sound like this for a couple of years now to make business happen.
So just a little backstory here for you. For those of you who don't follow the comedy world as closely as I do, Matan was at Skankfest. I mentioned this on the previous episode that we did about Matan when we watched some of his other interviews. Skankfest is a very big comedy festival, really one of the last bastions of good comedy in the comedy world, it would seem. Shout out to the Legion of Skanks, Louis J. Gomez, Big J. Okerson, and Dave Smith, of course, the legends, trio of legends right there. But Matan was at Skankfest, and he got into it with Rich Voss, of all people. Now, Rich Voss is an interesting guy himself, very funny comedian, kind of a notorious punching bag on the old Opie and Anthony show. However, that's only when it comes to the comedy world, he will allow himself to be a punching bag. You fuck with Rich Voss, he's from the streets. Like, he's a hood guy at his core. This is a dude who used to do crack cocaine on a regular basis. So Rich Voss, not a guy that you really want to have on the bad side. And apparently, I don't know exactly what he did, but Matan somehow got on Rich's bad side, and Rich Voss kind of forced Matan to break character, where he was kind of like, hey, bro, I'm sorry, dude. Like, you know, he kind of had to back down because Rich Voss was about to give him the business. This is also the same Rich Voss that kicked a comedian in the ribs and broke a rib backstage at a comedy show. So Voss is an OG. And apparently tried to put the muscle on Matan to the point where Matan had to be like, yo, dude, hey, let's chill this thing out here. Just kidding, bro. JK, it was just a prank, bro. You'd love to see Matan versus Voss. Misfits, make it happen. Let's go. Voss would probably wreck Matan, dude. No lie. Like, I'm telling you, that old man strength. Plus, Voss actually, if you really break it down, Voss actually keeps in pretty good shape for a guy his age. Voss has to be in what, his like late 50s at this point, early 60s? And he still looks pretty good. I saw him on Norton's podcast not too long ago. Still pretty muscular for an older guy. Like, Voss is doing the damn thing. He would knock out Matan and then slobber all over him with those teeth. Shout out to Voss, dude. Voss is a fucking legend.
Genius. So you're actually white, but you want to sound like this to make the business happen. Is this how you got backstage of the 22 of the Game Awards?
Is that what it says on that paper?
What it says on this paper is that you're Jewish, actually.
No, it doesn't.
It does. I can't show you my info.
That's what it says?
It's my info.
Your producer is wrong.
How do you know my producer wrote it?
Whoever wrote it, I mean, you're...
But how do you know? You don't know who wrote it.
You wrote it?
You don't know who wrote it, so you don't know if they're wrong or
No,
right.
but if you wrote it, why would you refer to it as what it says on the paper? Why wouldn't you just say, I read you're Jewish?
I just didn't write it. But
Exactly.
Why are they eating McDonald's? Why is McDonald's prominently featured here? McDonald's getting a huge promo off of this. Come on, Dom. I mean, maybe McDonald's is sponsoring. I don't know. Maybe that's the case. Maybe Dom Cruz has a McDonald's sponsorship. But this is prominent product placement right now if they are not sponsoring this podcast. So I got to believe that Dom is getting paid right now. I hope, anyway. Matan versus Neon, same weight class. But how good of a fight would it actually be, right? I know that Neon also dabbles in the MMA world, too. Didn't he get kicked out of UFC events? He's not allowed back at UFC events? I think I heard that at one point.
trust the people who wrote it.
Well, they're
but
incorrect.
It's not my producer.
You haven't eaten any of your food.
You're right. Maybe that's why I'm getting cranky.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, Dom with the very, very based putting of the French fries into the McChicken. This is a pro move right here. What you do, if we're obviously McDonald's getting the promo one way or another, so we can tip the hand a little bit. If you're doing the McChicken, you do bun, you do ketchup, mustard, French fries underneath that, then patty and cheese. Do it with cheese. If you do McChicken with cheese, that's really doing it right. You do those, other bun thereafter, couple pickles underneath. That is the optimum McChicken, the apex version of the McChicken in action right there. So Dominick Cruz, halfway there. Got to give him props where props are due.
McDonald's will help everything. Okay.
Dom not fighting anymore. He's getting down with that McDonald's.
So, when you were at that 2022 Game Awards,
I think I want to nominate this award to my Reformed Orthodox Rabbi Bill Clinton. Thank you, everybody.
what makes you a master at getting behind scenes?
No, I didn't go behind until they arrested me. I walked actually from the crowds up.
And
Damn, so he really just was in the audience and just got up and walked up? That's pretty baller. I got to give him some credit for that. Surprised security didn't stop him, but damn. Balls.
how did security not, like,
Because look, I'm telling you, this is the serious stuff. I had trained and preferred to talk like this. I had dressed up all serious like this. And then since then, that actually went so well that I still talk the same way and wear the exact same pants and jacket from 3 years ago.
no, I get it. You're all business.
Yeah.
Nobody knows what the hell's going on. They think you're serious and you scare them.
You know, I did some business with these podcasts. Did you know that?
What podcast?
This podcast here for you.
You did some business.
You know, I set this up, right?
No, I thought that you were the only reason why I'm here.
I am. I connected your person to the studio. I feel like I should get a commission for this.
Yeah, you did.
What's my commission? This sandwich?
I could help Dom with this setup right here. It's not bad. I'm not trying to diss what Dom has going here, but we could help Dom. We could get some better lighting in here. Give me a shout, Dom. I can help you out. Can help out a lot of people with that, by the way. Walk up with the award winners in a nice suit with enough confidence. True. Yeah, very true. We always used to stay when I was working in live entertainment. Like, You didn't even have to have the pass half the time. You didn't have to have the lanyard. As long as you were walking around with purpose backstage, like 9 times out of 10, you would be like, no one would think two things about it, you know? But that's the thing, though, is that you have to be walking with purpose. Like, if you go backstage and you don't have the lanyard, you have to be beelining towards something. Like, you have to know where you're going, or at least pretend that you know where you're going. Like, you know, you can't just be looking around like, oh, man, it's crazy that I'm back here. That's what's going to give you away. Think you should grow an orchard? I mean, I don't have the land for it, but sounds good to me. I would love to get into more gardening. We've talked about that. You've got access to fruit growing weather year round. True. Yeah, no, absolutely. I was just talking to somebody about it. It's funny that you say that. I was just having a conversation recently about how Florida, for all of the orange groves that we used to have, we have a significant lack of orange representation in the state now because everything's been bulldozed and turned into houses and shit. Like, Florida does not have a lot of like farmland anymore. There's still some. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's still plenty of like wide open spaces, but like it's nowhere near what it used to be. I mean, like where I used to live, the city that I used to live in was once all orange groves. Like, it was legitimately like you would exit like the more populated area and go down it was like a one major highway in and out kind of city. And not even a city, really, like a town, I guess you'd call it. But you'd get out of you'd come in on the one major highway, and if you got far enough off of that like main stretch, it was literally just orange groves on either side of the highway for like miles and miles. And then over time, now it's like an entire metro. It's its own little, you know, it's grown up. It's all developed now. But so, yeah, I mean, yeah, it would be awesome to have the land for that. But of course, you know, I am second floor of a development right now. One of these days, with your help, people, we grow Yama to the point where I could have the orchard, and I will name it after the chat. It will be called Chat Orchard in honor of you fine people. Less people, more oranges in Florida. God, I wish. That is certainly not the case, and becoming less and less the case every year. Good Lord, stop fucking coming here. I don't know why everybody comes here, regardless of the weather. Yeah, the weather is nice for some people, but it is expensive as shit to live here. I have no idea why people would choose to come here when there are so many other great places in the United States, and it is so very expensive and so crowded. Oh, that's your first act as governor? Well, it's better than what this one guy just put out there. That's funny. I wouldn't have even thought about this, but I saw this just today. There is some dickhead who is running, I think, for governor, who his big platform is he wants to enact a sin tax on OnlyFans creators. So if you make a certain amount of money on OnlyFans, you're getting taxed for that. This is his big platform. This fucking dork. How American is that? You do something that is legal, and because I don't like it, I'm going to take more of your money away. It's possibly one of the most un-American things I have ever heard in my entire life. This guy is an absolute fucking clown. I'm glad I don't remember his name, because I do not want to give this guy any more of a platform than just talking about it in this capacity. But in short, fuck that guy. So yes, my vote will definitely be for you, Hydra. I don't know if you're eligible for the governorship, but I'm still writing you in anyway.
That's part of it.
Why are they supposed to be making noise in the back?
The other part of it is I got you a haircut.
Somebody's here to give me a haircut?
That's right.
That's not going to happen.
But that's part of the commission. So if you don't
That's not a good commission.
Well, who said? I mean,
commission is money. You don't decide what somebody's commission is. Or
yeah, you can't give Matan a haircut, bro. That's part of the look. Matan's got a defined set of features that he sticks with. He's like a cartoon character. You don't just go changing the model. You know, you don't go changing the character sheet mid-season. Come on, Dom.
That would be like giving you a gift.
Right. It's a trade, more of that. More like a trade. Like, I feel like I could help promote your brand with the haircut.
Do you have a
Is he
problem?
supposed to be here?
Do you have a problem with dogs, with animals?
No.
Okay.
I don't like them that much.
Yeah, where does that come from? Who taught you that?
They're just less intelligent, and you have to take care of them. They're never helping you.
So it's kind of like my producer.
Well, he's not helping you, but he's trying. The dog can't even make an effort to help you.
What do you mean my dog doesn't help me?
What does he do? Well, not actively. Him helping you by being nice and being there and providing you comfort is not by his own volition.
What are you, TSA? You sound like TSA right now.
No, you asked me why I'm not a big fan of dogs.
You sound like TSA. Do you work for them?
What is that? Is that the airport?
Yes.
What does that have to do with TSA?
Well, have you ever tried to take a dog through the airport? They ask me the same questions you are. Do you work for them?
No.
I feel like you would be. Could you get through their security?
Through TSA?
Yes.
I've been to the airport before.
And do you get through their security?
Yeah, usually it's without many problems.
With or without the bomb?
I don't usually bring weapons to the airport. I think you should be allowed. I personally think it would be safer if everybody had a weapon, because if everybody on the plane has a gun and then there's one bad guy with a gun, they're going to be able to stop him.
It's no.
I mean, that's the old argument, right? It takes a good guy with a gun to stop a bad guy with a gun. Technically, there is a guy with a gun on every airplane now. The air marshal. You never know where he's hiding, but he's there. Wonder how much comfort the average person takes in having the air marshal. I don't really think about it too much, but, it's a good thing, right? But then again, right, so you have, just thinking this through a little bit, you have the air marshal on the plane, right? And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think that there is an air marshal on every single commercial flight. But then you still get into these situations where you've got people having manic freak out episodes. Like, you've seen these videos online of people like freaking out on airplanes. So like, does the air marshal just not get involved? Like, is there a certain level of escalation that it takes for the air marshal to like break his anonymity? I'm curious about this now that we're talking about it. Because like, you've seen all these freakouts. What are that lady who thought that there was like doppelgangers on the plane, or the guy who was like wearing the Burger King crown and using racial slurs? Like, you've heard and seen these videos of people like getting crazy on airplanes, but I don't remember the air marshal getting involved in a lot of those. So I don't know. Air marshals can't be a real thing. They just say that they're like the pool water turning color when you piss. I mean, maybe we're uncovering a grander conspiracy here. Shit, dude, that might be one of my new Hinge prompts right there. Like, what's a conspiracy theory that you actually believe? Air marshals are not real. I think we just nailed it.
Qualified.
Yeah,
It's like everybody's even.
a good guy with a gun will stop a bad guy with a gun.
Good guy with a gun could stop. Yeah, you're right.
For example, you're a good fighter, but if I had a gun, I would be able to beat you.
Allegedly. How do you know I don't just take the gun from you and beat you to death with it?
We literally just saw that in the movie Roadhouse. That actually happened in Roadhouse.
Okay, but now you have to give a real specific circumstance where you're close, you can get it. If I'm if I'm not, but if anybody was trained with a weapon, they could, from the movie, take it out real quick and then shoot you.
They could.
See, he saw Roadhouse. He saw Jake Gyllenhaal do that exact thing. Jake Gyllenhaal in Roadhouse legitimately said, "You can't fire that gun if I break your fingers." The guy was like, "What?" And then he broke his fingers. So, checkmate.
Good, but I have a gun underneath the desk here that's pointed at you currently.
No, there's a dog. Now he's leaving.
But he's short, so it would go right over his head when I shoot you in the stomach.
You might accidentally shoot your dog in the head, though.
Never.
You might, though, if you
No,
shoot
he's
a gun.
trained. He's trained. These are the things this is why I take him to the airport. Do you know what he is?
This is what I mean, though, by the way, but I don't like him. He doesn't do anything for you, and now he's standing around making a chaos during your seeing.
I'm a little offended because he does do a lot. He's a seizure alert dog. Just
Oh, look at that little cutie dog. What is that, a Cocker Spaniel? He's a seizure alert dog. Does Dom have seizures? I didn't know that.
do you know? I've been hit in the head a lot, and there's a real potential of that. And he warns me if I'm gonna have a seizure. So
Interesting. I mean, yeah, wow. Okay. I mean, that's actually a legitimate thing. I would assume that it could be a case for fighters with potential long-term effects from fighting, but interesting that that is something that could be manifested this way, and having a dog. I always wonder how they know that. I guess there's some kind of like vibrations that people give off, or how does the dog, like, what's the signal to the dog that allows them to know before the human knows? I'd have to look into that a little more. Damn, the dog actually does actively help. Yeah, for real. Absolutely. Yeah, most definitely. That's I mean, I did know that was a thing, that there were like seizure alert dogs. I did not realize that Dom had one, but yeah, legitimate service animal. And shout out to him, because I always have thought it's a little bit bullshit with all of these people who just, put the service animal jacket on the dog and then try to pass it off as a service animal. I actually had a girlfriend back in the day who was trying to do this, and I was like, it's not actually a service animal. You are, I mean, look, break the rules, whatever. Who am I, right? The government breaks the rules all the time. The average citizen should be able to break them too. But I do think it's a little disingenuous when you have no reason to have a service animal, yet you are just trying to pass it off as a service animal because you just want the dog around more. I get it. I want the dog around too. I love animals, but like, you're lying right now. So she used to get all pissed off. Oh, well, they won't let me take the dog on, and I got to do this, and this to make it a service animal, blah, blah. Like, well, yeah, but it's not a fucking service animal. So like, you should have to do more, because you are wrong right now. You are the one in the wrong. But Dom Cruz obviously not in the wrong. So shout out to him for that. Either air marshals only respond to hijacking, or they are not actually on every flight, because every time something goes down, they call local police. Well, yeah, I think that they're there to neutralize the situation and then get local authorities in after the fact. Like, they are the authority in the air. Once it touches back down on ground, that's when the rest of the team gets called in. Apparently, they can smell changes in our hormones. Interesting. That's fucking interesting, man. That's fucking interesting. That's cool. I mean, that's really great that that's like a thing, Obviously, very valuable to people who are prone to seizures, because seizures are scary. I don't know if you've ever been around someone who's having a seizure, but it's frightening. It's really frightening, actually. Like, I was in college. So I've probably told this before, but I was in college, like in my last 2 years of high school. So I was pretty young in the grand scheme of things. And I was on the college campus where I was taking all my classes, and I was in like the rec room, because that's where the ping pong table was. And I used to play table tennis a lot. And like, somebody had a seizure in that room, and like, everybody just kind of like stopped what they were doing and like didn't know what to do. And it was really fucking frightening, especially as a young person, because I don't even know if, like, I'm sure that if I had like taken a step back and like intellectualized what was happening, I could have like figured out what was going on. But like, you're in the moment. It was like very shocking at the time. And luckily that guy turned out to be okay. But yeah, it was scary. Man's best friend. Facts. Yeah, I would love to have a dog. I mean, I don't really want to have one in the environment that I'm in right now. I love my place, but it's just kind of small for a dog. I'd need to have a little bit more room. I'd like to have a backyard if I was going to have a dog. But I would love to have a dog at some point. We had a Cocker Spaniel named Jizzy many years ago. Jizzy? Jizriel Adesanya? Wow. Jizzy. We had a cat named Winky back in the day. So, kind of along the same lines. I like how you think. I had a girl try to do this at the brewery. See, this is what I'm talking about, CTE. This is what I'm talking about. Just bring a dog into random places because you want to have the dog around. Not okay. I don't know. Like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe dogs should just be allowed everywhere. I don't know. But I just feel like it's like, if you have a legitimate they are service animals for a reason. If you do not have that reason, then you don't need the service animal. Emotional distress animals. I have emotional distress every day of my life. Yamacat does not help a lick. This is the worst emotional distress animal that you could ever have. And I fight on. So, Where is my reprieve? You get a reprieve by bringing your dog wherever you want. I get nothing. What about me? What about Thinker? Dog was about as useful as a poopy flavored lollipop. Glad Dom's dog is useful. Fair. Yeah, see, so your dog, much like Yama Cat, just brought the dog inside it and sheepishly sat in the corner. Yeah, and then so did you talk to her? Did you say something about it? Did you ask her politely to leave if the dog was not legitimately a service animal? I don't know. Maybe I'm the asshole here. Like, I feel like I'm saying these things out loud and people would be like, oh, what a heartless bastard not letting the dog just go wherever it wants. I'm like, I don't know. You had to tell her that the dog had to go. Yeah. All right. Well, so there you go. You know, and look, there are plenty of pet-friendly places. In fact, my own family, they have their dog, and they try to travel with the dog as often as possible, and they plan their trip around pet-friendly places, which is great. But if it's not a pet-friendly place and you're lying about it being a service animal or trying to claim emotional support when everybody just uses that as a catch-all, I think that there's something wrong with that personally. She said it was an emotional support animal and that doesn't work for the health unit, so it doesn't work for me. Exactly. People trying to get into situations using fraudulent methods. That's, I think, what bothers me about it the most. It's not wanting the dog around is understandable. Being a fraud is what bothers me with that. To be fair, I've had dogs that are more in need of my support than vice versa. Some of them, for real, just terrified of life, but I still don't take them everywhere. Yeah, absolutely. I've had a girlfriend like that too. Dog used to piss on the carpet every time that she would leave the apartment. She was going through rugs left and right. It got to the point where she actually was just purchasing a large amount of rugs at the door because the dog would always go to the door and the rug that was in front of the door would just get pissed on every time. So she would just take the rugs and was constantly rotating them, having one washed, having a new one down, and just rotating them in a cycle. Yeah, the dogs have legitimate separation anxiety at times. That's true. But that's why you have to train your animal, you know? There is legitimate... Responsible pet ownership is its own ball of wax, and I feel like so many people neglect this very vital piece of the puzzle when you have an animal that you care for. Like, people want an animal, but they don't want to actually be a responsible pet owner. That drives me fucking wild. And don't get me started on the chimp crazy people. That's, God, if you haven't watched the Chimp Crazy documentary, it's even crazier than Tiger King in some ways.
Just like I said, TSA is not allowed to answer or ask those questions. So I'd appreciate if you didn't bring that up.
Okay, but now
It's a
it's all
touchy
sad.
subject.
I didn't know that he was a seizure alert dog. I thought he was
you just assume. You judged a book by its cover. Do you see how fucking cool he is? And you just judged.
I never said he wasn't cute. I said he wasn't helpful, which I was wrong about. But you have to admit that most dogs are not gonna alert people about seizures. No.
Dojo's not most dogs.
Okay, fine. He gets a pass here.
Just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Fine.
Thank you.
This dog.
And he'll
gets a
also
pass.
tell you if you're gonna have a seizure. Just so you know, he will tell you. You'll know because.
You want me to test it?
Well, yeah. Can you have one?
No, but I could just pretend on the floor and start
No,
spazzing.
he knows you're lying.
You want to test it?
He knows you're lying.
You want to test?
He knows. He's gonna tell me.
Do you want to try it?
The other
I
thing,
think he's gonna work on him.
the other thing he can detect is silent but deadly farts. So don't try that because he'll warn me.
You want me to test having a
He'll
seizure?
warn me if you fart.
Impressive.
He's not even looking at me.
He knows you're. He knows you're lying.
That is a really bad seizure impression.
He didn't even look at me. He's trying to eat the food off the floor.
He knows you're full of it.
This is like a seizure alert dog, so you can bring him to the airport.
Yes, and it works every single time. You know, one of the things I wanted to know was, is Bill Clinton really the rabbi for you? Like your rabbi?
Let's go to the next one. I've been asked that 100 times. Too many times.
Okay. And how about Neon Sniper Panda? How about that show?
Wow, that's on your notes? That guy? What about him?
What is Neon Sniper Panda? Am I supposed to know what that means? Obviously, he knows what that means. Is that another streamer? That 911 call of Travis the chimp eating the woman is seared into my brain, bro. Seriously, dude. And Hydra. Okay, sorry. I didn't even want to talk about this. I probably shouldn't have even brought it up. But it's not just the Travis the chimp episode, which is very, very disturbing. But what gets me is when you see the lady who has the chimp in the small room, and you can tell that the chimp is obviously not human, of course, but you know that there is a level of depression in the animal and a level of cognitive functionality in the animal that knows and recognizes that it is being detained, basically. So you are seeing this animal essentially being kept in solitary confinement with no actual connection to the person that thinks that they have a legitimate bond with it. This is the thing that drives me fucking wild and blows my mind about these people. They form parasocial relationships with animals that were never designed or meant to be kept in captivity. And they keep this facade going in their mind to the point where this poor animal is being kept in a prison behind glass in a small room that is worse than a zoo situation, worse than a bad zoo. This animal is essentially being tortured day over day for what? For the illusion in these people's minds of a relationship. I cannot tell you how absolutely absurd this is to me. It really was like something that shook me to my core to an extent when I was watching that show. And again, Tiger King is very disturbing for its own reasons, and there's plenty of insane stuff that happened on that show. But if you really want to get cutting to the core of human sadness, it comes from the Chimp Crazy show. It really does. That's my piece on that.
Not like I'm insulting him. I don't know. I did his podcast a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it was an interesting podcast. It's
Right.
not really on my notes. I'm just asking that because it's on my notes.
Right.
See, Dom is back in comedy mode, people. He's clicking over here. He's got zingers. Dom Cruz is in Dom Cruz comedy mode. It is unfortunate. It is very unfortunate that Dom Cruz is not more of this guy in real life, because this is Dom when he is in performer mode. When he is not in performer mode, his default is asshole mode, and that is unfortunate. The first time I heard it was the intro of a Suicide Silence song. It's horrifying. Oh, is that a band? Unaliving Silence. I guess I shouldn't have said that. Demonetized. God damn it. I just started monetization and already demonetized. I'm sorry, YouTube. But I've never heard of that band. Hard name for a band. I also saw the $sign. I thought you were talking about the Unaliving Boys. Which I like Suicide Boys. They're very talented. It's good. You know, whenever people talk to me about the modern music that I like, Suicide Boys definitely comes up. Also, by the way, if Chase, if you're still in the chat, that new Robin song, that song is so good. Talk to Me. That song, I was like, it came up on my YouTube music when I was going out actually to grab the new vape. And I hadn't heard it in full. I saw the clip that you posted, but I only heard a little bit of it. I listened to like a clip of it. The new Robin song is so good. I was like, goddamn, Robin is still making amazing music. I mean, Dancing on My Own came out in like 2008 or something like that. She's still just making bangers. Oh, was the clip was bad? Oh, okay. Then maybe I saw something else. Because wait, she might have been... Okay, there are two of them. All right. I'm not going to go too deep into this, but long story short, there are two new Robin songs, it seems like. There is one where there is like a rapper, and if it's her rapping, it's really bad. And then there's another one called Talk to Me, and that one is excellent. So yeah, It might have been that one. It might have been the one where she is rapping about fucking single moms and stuff. That one was not great. That was actually really cringe, but the other one is very good. I'm going to have to go back and rewatch the clip. My bad, bro. They're just smart enough to know you're the reason it's upset and it can kill you. Facts, Hydra. Big facts. Obviously, Travis proved that pretty solidly. Chimps are just so scary to me, and they're such vicious, evil fuckers when they kill things. Yeah, they are pretty sadistic. That is true. I've heard Bill Burr talk about that before. I've never actually seen it, but yeah, I would not watch that kind of thing recreationally, personally. You were trying to avoid the censor. It is what it is, bro. Come on, dude. At the history that this channel has is in and of itself amazing. If one stream gets demonetized, so be it. You forget how quickly we all forget that Yama has been permanently banned twice from Twitch. Not once, but 2 times. Permanently banned. I hate the unalive thing so much. Let people talk about it with the weight and severity it deserves. I agree. I agree entirely. I think it's absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. We all know what you're saying. And why is unaliving any better? Why does that have any less... Again, you know what you're talking about, so why is that okay? I don't get it. They're an OG deathcore band, but the vocalist passed. Oh, okay. Yeah, I never heard of them, actually. I'll have to check some of their music out, though. That sucks. Speaking of great artists that have passed, I've been listening to Sophie a lot lately, and Sophie was a very, very talented musician who passed away a number of years ago. Really quality electronic music she would make. Electronic hyper pop. Very good. I hope it sounds better than the... Oh, yeah, right. We talked about the live clip, yeah. Napoleon by Suicide Boys is really good. All right. I'll have to check it out. The only thing I say about Suicide Boys is that a lot of their songs sound the same. They have a little bit of a samey quality to some of their stuff, but when that samey song sounds good, then good deal. I forget the one that I really like by them, but maybe it's Peace of Mind it might be called. Something like that. Yeah, either way.
You know? You'd love to have the control of the show, huh?
No, I purposely didn't bring my notes.
Why not?
Got a whole little rap sheet there. Got his image on it and everything.
And the stripper's coming when?
No, I've saved up. I'm almost at 20.
All right.
You don't got money like this, fool.
Fanning.
You're right, actually. But that might be able to pay for what you stole in the back. So what's next for you today? What does a guy like you do in your off time? Have we ever met you?
Yeah, you met me last time, maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Like who your mom knows. Does anybody know that person?
It's the same person. I'm not an actor or do any, fake stuff. I feel like I'm a very honest person.
Rich Voss would beg to differ.
Is that what you told security before you lied to them?
Where did I lie to the security?
Well, you let them know that you were allowed to be there, were you? You wouldn't have got arrested if you weren't lying, right?
I never lied to them. I just walked up.
Then what'd you get arrested for?
Those two things are not mutually exclusive.
How do you figure?
Because you go up and then when they arrest you and ask you if you're supposed to be there, you say no.
So what's the arresting for if you're allowed to be there?
You're not allowed to be there. But you didn't lie and tell them you were.
You were just there and it's there.
It would be like if I broke this TV and they asked me if I did it. I'm not allowed to do it, but the answer is still yes. I could say no, then it would become a lie, then it's the double.
Okay, here's a good question. Last time I saw you, you couldn't grow a mustache. What's up? Do you shave that? Do you nair it? Do you do anything about it? Or is it actually really growing in?
Are you using the footage on that iPhone?
Is that a real mustache? Well, she's closing in on the close-up of your
You
hair
think it's fake?
follicles to see the mustache. That's what she's doing. Don't worry about
I
it.
do shave it, yeah.
With what?
With a blade?
Oh, that's how I know. You're just new to this game, aren't you?
Yeah.
He's like 12. Of course he can't grow a mustache. I can barely grow a mustache, and I'm significantly older.
You just started shaving. How long ago until you got
Why did you take one of the breads off,
facial
by the
hair?
way?
Heavy on carbs? And have you ever seen the thing where they put this underneath like lava, molten lava, and it didn't burn? The molten lava rolled right over the top. This is like
So
your.
you're saying it's manufactured?
I'm saying it's like your hair. Like anything you pour on the top of it will just roll off of it.
I mean, well, lava won't burn human hair? I mean, maybe. I've never seen lava poured on human hair before.
You're still eating one of them, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's the thinner one. So that's like not as bad. What started your pot?
Oh, look at that dog. Oh, what a cutie. Oh. That's the exact size of dog that I would want too. Like I'm not big into like huge dogs. Some people like really big dogs, like I like a little smaller mid-sized dog, and that's like the perfect size. Oh, look at that face. Drastically older, some would say ancient. I think we're about the same age, aren't we, Savage? You shut your mouth.
Podcast? Like, what was the first mindset that you're like, okay, I'm gonna make this different? Like, how do you be so creative off the bat? You're a young up and comer. You started, got over 1 million YouTube hits. What gave you your creativity? Because you're always creative.
You know, I used to watch a lot of podcasts like Joe Rogan and Lex Friedman and other serious business shows like that. And I was thinking, you know, sometimes, you know, with Lex Friedman, he's Lex Friedman. And then with Rogan, you know, he got a little political, you know. So I wanted to do a very serious show, but avoid the politics.
Damn. Lex Friedman catching strays on the Dominick Cruz podcast. Apparently, he's not very well liked. A lot of people have some interesting thoughts about Lex Friedman. Apparently, his credentials are not 100% true from what I have heard. Need a dog big enough to actually wrestle with. 100 plus pounds, ideally. All right, fair enough for you then. I don't need to be wrestling with my dog personally. 60 to 80 pounds is peak dog. That would be about my range too. I would say maybe even a little bit smaller than that. I'm good with a small dog. I know that some people think that that's inherently feminine. Let them think that. I don't give a fuck. I like a small dog. Little cute doggies. You're a young buck. You're 21. Okay, brother. Okay. Do you have your daughter when you were 9? That weight range has the healthiest breeds. Oh, fair. Oh, the 60 to 80 range has the healthiest breeds? Probably. That's why I hear that mutts are like the most healthy dogs, because like pure breeds have all kinds of like inbreeding and all kinds of bad stuff associated with them. Adopt. Don't buy. Don't support puppy mills.
Makes sense. But you joke about the politics, which is refreshing.
No, I'm not a joker.
I think you are. I call it dry humor.
No,
Yeah, dry as this damn burger you brought me.
it's not a burger.
What is it?
It's a McChicken.
Which is a
Chicken sandwich.
okay, so it's a sandwich.
A sandwich?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Well, it's the same thing. It's just how you pronounce it. You pronounce it with a Jewish accent. I pronounce it with the
No, I
accent.
pronounce it with like a German one. You know, I'm German actually. That's where my genetics are from.
Oh, okay. Now we're getting to the nitty gritty. We just found out the
Well,
truth.
when I said that I was white, I mean that you didn't specify what white. You said I was lying.
Well, what white? I mean, German is technically not white, right? It's German.
What? See, we get back into this fucking ridiculous merry-go-round with the racial stuff. Is German white? What's white? Is white even a real thing? No, none of it's real. It's all a bunch of made-up bullshit. But apparently it's very important because Dom is hammering home this line of questioning. Just don't get a labradoodle? You're probably even a little bit too big, honestly. I don't want a specific breed. Humane Society mutt that's like 75 pounds is in my future. There you go. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, I don't really care too much about specific breed either. I just want a dog with a good temperament that's small enough that it's a little cutie and loyal and all the good things about a dog. That's what I want. And I definitely would like to adopt a dog. Save a dog's life, you know? If I can adopt any large size breed, that's the goal, hoping for a St. Bernard. Damn, that's a huge dog. St. Bernards are fucking massive, bro. Got the little barrel of whiskey around the neck. Based. Our Great Pyrenees is around 100 pounds, perfect for wrestling, but yeah, pure breeds are more susceptible for sure. I'm honestly surprised our dog has no issues, knock on wood. Yeah, well, hopefully that is always the case. Actually, yeah, my family has a standard poodle, very big. Sweet dog, though. Super great temperament on the dog, but very large. And I think it had to have some kind of surgery on its stomach or something. Like there was some kind of like intestinal issue. So yeah, you do run into issues with certain breeds and certain sizes and stuff like that. But obviously, wishing good health on all of your pets. Hell yeah, Savage lives on a farm. He is a legitimate farmer. Hey, Lachlan, there's a guy who knows a thing or two about a dog. Golden retrievers are the best. There you go. Got that golden retriever energy that all those ladies on the apps are talking about. I love the large and fluffy genre of any animal. Large, long-haired cats, too. Long-haired cats are very pretty, but they are hard to maintain, bro. And when they get older, that's a hard time, too, bro. The hair, having to cut shit out of their hair, it's a commitment, for sure. Obviously, they're beautiful creatures, but you just got to know what you're getting into.
That's not exactly how that works. It would be part of... What do you think? German is as similar to French as German is similar to... people from Sudan?
I just think you're a lot smarter than me, so I'm just going to trust your info on that.
There you go. See, at least Dom having the... That's what I'm saying about Dom Cruz, bro. Dom has like the self-awareness of an intelligent man. He chooses to be an asshole, I feel. This is the problem with Dom. He doesn't have to be this way. You know, not this way. He's great right now. He's doing just fine in this interview. But the way that we know him to be, he doesn't have to be like that. And that, I think, is unfortunate because he could be a really cool guy.
I don't think I'm smarter than you per se. I think that I just have more knowledge on me. I'm more doubting of the science than you.
Well, you're the man because you are InfoWars. So I feel like your information is going to be at a higher clip than most people, right?
He is InfoWars? What does that mean? Was he ever on InfoWars? Does he have any connection to Alex Jones? Maybe he doesn't, I don't know.
Yeah, Alex Jones is a genius.
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
That is a wild statement. Alex Jones is a genius. I mean, depends on how you define it, I guess.
Is somebody having a seizure?
I think Dojo's trying to warn me. He's literally warning me.
He just
are you
picked
okay?
up on what I was doing?
Yeah, are you okay?
No, but what I did was like 10
No,
minutes
he's
ago.
not telling me I'm having one. He's making sure you're okay. I think you need to unbutton the top button.
No, that's not true because when I pretended it was 10 minutes ago, he's just picking it up now. If I really had a seizure, I could be dead already.
No, he knows when you're
That
pretending.
dog is not helpful. He's actually a killer. He's giving you false confidence.
He knows when you're pretending. That's what I'm telling you. Undo the top. Just for him. He'll stop.
He already stopped. If he does it again, I'll consider it.
He's nervous.
I think he's just picking up what I did a little while ago.
He's nervous.
Now he just coughed from eating.
So how old are you?
I'm 18.
No, you're not.
I am 18.
And how many siblings do you have?
0.
No siblings. 4 siblings. Okay.
What? So we still don't know exactly how old this guy is, I guess.
40 siblings.
See, he's going into the Matan shtick
We'll
right
never
now.
get to know you. You'll never be Matan that we really.
Well, I don't want to go into like private family stuff because at the same time I want to kind of stay as I would like to stay as sort of an unimportant person myself and be able to interview with fair stuff and stuff like that, and then that will avoid from me getting political. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but talking about your family is vulnerable. It's not being right.
No, I know, but I don't want to get vulnerable because then somebody will oppose it. Like, let's say you said, I'm going to get vulnerable and honest. You know, when I was 7 years old, I tried killing my grandmother. That's going to change people's perspective on you. You're going to get defensive about it.
Jesus.
It would be safer just to not talk about anything and just be able to do unbiased interviews.
I do like that he pushes the unbiased nature of his interviews when he is overtly political at all times in them. That's pretty funny. Didn't we figure out he's like 20? Yeah, I think so. But either way, I mean, it would be nice to have some confirmation of it one way or another, but, you know, oh well, I guess. I understand what he's doing. I mean, you know, this is a very Andy Kaufman, very method actor kind of shtick that he's trying to go for and stuff. We talked a little bit about Poppy back in the last viewing of him, where, you know, talking about these people that, like, age plays a role in their persona and all that kind of stuff. It's like, okay, if that's what you want to do, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, talking about yourself makes you unbiased because now you're not hiding anything.
I don't agree with that.
So if I was just completely honest with my background and you knew everything about it, then what is there for me to be biased about? What would I be hiding?
Your bias.
You say your bias and your vulnerability are two separate subjects. Like, I can be very honest with you about my political beliefs and my background at the same time, but there will be a bias in, potentially at least. I mean, you know, I don't know, like, I guess you can be honest about your political beliefs, but still try to maintain a lack of bias. But it would seem, at least people say, that there are implicit biases regardless. So I don't know how much I believe that, but, you know, I guess it's up to you to decide if you do or not.
Bias would be your background. You could say the same about everybody. Everybody would be biased because of their background, but if you don't say it, you won't get any pushback, and then you won't have to defend it.
Yeah, but I mean, what is there to defend if they're not, you know?
Well, I guess in this hypothetical killing of the grandmother, or an attempt of it, which obviously a lot of people would oppose.
Okay, so when you do a interview with somebody like Bonnie Blue, it's nice to not have that background because you knew all her background, but she doesn't know any of yours. So you can attack her, but she can't attack
Well,
you.
I wasn't attacking her. I was giving her a fair interview, but the issue is that she's a disgusting bitch. So it made it a little bit tough.
Yeah,
But I was able to stay unbiased, if you could tell.
Jesus. Damn. Putting it out on Front Street, huh? Laying all the cards on the table. Charged language coming out of Matan on that one.
Yeah, a little. But what made it the most disgusting for you? Like meeting her, like which parts made her disgusting?
I mean, she looks physically disgusting. I mean, she literally looks like she has no brain, or like her eyes look like they were implanted there. It's very scary, actually.
Like a robot?
No, not like a robot, like a demon.
Man. And who taught you all this about people, about humans?
Nothing. It's just, I don't trust the science. I trust natural instinct. So I knew that I was going to be creeped out when I met her, and then I met her, and it was even worse than I could have imagined.
You know who also just trusts natural instincts and denies the science? Bryce Mitchell. Maybe Bryce should be on Matan's podcast. That'd be kind of crazy. That might be the greatest meeting of the minds we could ever imagine. This might have to be the new campaign, people. Especially after Bryce's most recent comments calling Trump a quote-unquote wall kisser. Yikes.
Really? Even all right, what about when the interview was over?
Then she was a little bit upset.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you wear a condom to the interview?
No, because there was no chance I would ever do anything sexual with somebody like that. I put a screen to just avoid touching, and I warned all of my crew. I said, don't touch her or you're fired.
Isn't that what a condom is?
Yeah, but that's for, sexual stuff. We were so far beyond the point, we weren't even willing to lay a finger on her hand.
So to you, she's not human.
I mean, by definition, yes.
This kind of does raise an interesting question. What kind of women does this dude pull? Because you know that this dude is getting chicks. I just am very curious, like, what type of woman is attracted to Matan? I'd be very interested in this. I'm very sure that with the type of personality and character that he portrays, that he would probably keep any relationships of a romantic nature very behind the scenes. But I am interested in that. And then how would he act around that type of person in a private situation? These are the questions. A based woman, that's who? True. Big facts. How much money to be the 1,000th guy? $5 or $10 with Bonnie Blue? Oh, dude, no fucking way, bro. Yikes. I mean, like that, like I couldn't even imagine what that would be like. Like, that's just such a weird situation. Like, the whole thing being her, being one of the guys, being the last guy, being a part of the crew that is filming conceivably that action happening just seems like such an odd environment that I would want no part of and would certainly not be aroused by.
Okay. So, if somebody treated you that way from your history and your past, that's what you'd be having to defend. So you like to have her on the defense.
Yeah, but I would say that with her, it's not really private. That's not like her family stuff. That's her job. She still has her family stuff, which she refuses to talk about.
She wouldn't talk about it?
I don't think so. I think I asked her how much money she made, and she wouldn't say.
That's not her family.
I said private stuff. Family was an example.
Okay, so what about you? How much money do you make? Besides this. This is
how much?
This is a tip.
A tip from who? I'm not like a driver.
I feel like that's your tip. That's just easy money for you. 18. Ballin'. I like that. Hiding behind the money. I get the symbolism.
Dom Cruz really trying to lead the conversation here. If you can read between the lines. I've heard of sloppy seconds. Imagine sloppy thousands. Oh, good Lord. Sounds like Thinkers Friday nights. I mean, you know, there might have been an era of my life where things may have been slightly different. Never to that extent, though. Good Lord. That's a wild proposition. Couldn't imagine anybody enjoying any of that. And it's what we were talking about when we talked about her on another stream at some point, where I'm like, it's not even about arousal at that point. It's got to be anybody who is actually consuming that kind of thing as content has to just be watching out of morbid curiosity. Like, I don't think anybody's actually looking at that and being like, damn, that's hot. I'm sure that there are some people, but the majority of people, I would say. Like, it's just like watching a train crash kind of thing.
That's what you do, right? So how many strippers' asses has that been on, and you wouldn't put Bonnie Blue's ass on your face?
Why would that have been on a stripper's ass?
Think about it.
Yeah, but that's not true, because you know when the money goes to the bank, they wash it.
Not at the bank.
They wash the money at the bank. They put it through that machine that washes it.
Maybe you wash it because of the illegal activity.
He's a warning again.
Yeah, I told you. Undo your top button. Thank you.
But he didn't say that. That was your suggestion.
Yeah, but because he's telling me.
No, he didn't. He went, ooh.
You don't
got
know
Matan to do
what
it.
my dog can tell me and not tell me. He's my service animal. What's up, guys? I'm out here with these perfect jeans. I think what happened is I got this
Perfect
sponsor because they
jeans?
saw that I haven't been wearing pants for the past 5 episodes, and so they sent me some. They've got thick cut. They've got boot cut. They've got slim fit. They've got all different washes, whatever you want. Blue, black, gray, all the colors. And I think my favorite part about these is the durability, the stretchiness, mixed with, I like the certain wash colors, you know.
To be fair, what he just described does sound like good jeans. I cannot vouch for the perfect jean or perfect jeans, but stretch, durability, comfort, these are the things that I value in my clothing. This is why I have always said one of my top priorities when I started my business was the ability to wear whatever I want when I am not in a capacity where I don't have to wear otherwise on a regular basis. So I wake up, I do my work from home and get to wear whatever I want. This was a big reasoning for me going into business on my own. So that sounds pretty good. I'm not vouching for this sponsor, But since we are watching Dom Cruz's content, we will let the sponsorship ride. Same that we did for McDonald's earlier in the show. Thinker now has 1K subs, just enough to Bonnie Blue him. No! That would be the most disgusting orgy of all time. God, could you imagine? Just all the subs. The worst meetup ever. My Wranglers, I buy a few inches too big in the waist, are my perfect jeans. Okay, well, fair enough. If you do want my recommendation as far as jeans go, it is Lucky Brand or nothing, personally. I am a loyalist to Lucky Brand. Lucky are the most comfortable jeans I have ever owned. I have multiple pairs of Lucky Brand, and I always wait for Black Friday to go pants shopping because it is always Lucky Brand. So just putting that out there, a little free promo for Lucky, but I am a big fan. The Yamid jeans drop is going to be lit. Don't think that might not be a thing at some point. I cannot wait to launch the merch, bro. You guys are going to be... We're going to do something around the merch launch, and I can't wait to see what you guys think about it. I'm excited.
Some people like these jeans that they look like they're wore out. You can get the wore out look, you can get the new look, whatever you want. And if you're anything like me and you don't like to wear pants, it's a good fix. The perfect jean has 6 different fits, from skinny to best-selling, athletic to thick for big boys like me, maybe thick in the pants, not on the upper body, you know what I'm saying. They serve the humble man with no tailor required. Huge range of sizes from 26 to 52 waist and 26 to 38 lengths. Short kings, big boys, and everyone in between, they got you.
Could they not have put the teleprompter like at eye level behind the camera? Why is he having to stare off into space to read this shit? Come on, production crew, get it together.
Don't let stiff jeans ruin the holidays. Join 500,000 dudes who've uncrushed their nuts with the perfect jean.
Join 500,000 dudes? I think we were just talking about that in the chat. Is Bonnie Blue involved?
Head to theperfectgene.nyc or Google The Perfect Gene, and for a limited time, listeners get 15% off their first order, plus free shipping, exchanges, and returns. Just use code DOM15, that's DOM15, at the checkout. That's 15% off your order with the code DOM15 at theperfectgene.nyc.
This is why John Anik does the ad reads on the broadcast. Stick to color commentary there, Dom. You see all those cuts that are having to be done. Dom, not the greatest pitch man, perhaps. He's getting this ad read from the heavens. Yo, for real. Zeus himself is presenting the ad read to him. And lo, Zeus came down from Mount Olympus to bestow upon Dom Cruz the perfect gene.
Save today, stay perfect. Original Family Farms, big shout out to you guys. Thank you for being my launch sponsor. If you're in San Diego or if you're in LA, and make sure you check out Original Family Farms. They've got all the best merchandise you could get.
Is it so? It's not actually a farm. It's Originals Family Farms, but it's a clothing company. Let me just tell you right now, people, and no disrespect to these guys. I'm sure that they're great. Shout out to Dom. Yama merch is going to blow this out of the water. And I am very confident in this.
Thank you for making me part of the family. Couldn't be here without you guys. All the love.
Damn, they only paid for a small little mention. Dom has the tier list of how much it costs per second. They only paid $5,000 for that one. You got the mini mention. Sorry, Family Farms. Why would you call it Family Farms? Because it's a name that, you know, it's unique. They think it sticks out in people's minds. I don't know. You ask them.
When it comes to your 1.34 million YouTube followers, you got 90.
They're called subscribers, Dom. You're supposed to be a figure in this space, Dom. Okay. let me just say this real quick. And again, this is not even specific to Dom Cruz, and I'm not really trying to get on his personal case here, but people get on the cases of live streamers, podcasters, content creators, etc., when they're in the MMA space. Oh, you're not fighters. You have no reason to be talking about this sport. You have no basis to be talking about this sport. And my response to that is, we are the talkers. I come from comedy. That's my background, is in comedy. I am a talker naturally. I talk professionally, essentially. I'm also a voice actor. So, talking is part of my job. Dom is a fighter. Dom is coming into this world. So I think that we have more of a basis to be talking about this and anything else than a fighter coming into this world. Now, there's nothing wrong with Dom Cruz being in this world or any fighter being in this world. But don't tell me that the commentators are wrong for doing what we do when we live this. We are the representatives and the people boots on the ground in fight culture, the fight fan community. That is what we represent. Dom represents the fighters, but he comes into this world. And again, I have no problem with it, but you should know that they are called subscribers, Dom. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what I'm talking about. We live in this world. Dom is a tourist in this world, the same way that if I tried to step into the octagon, I would be a tourist and get knocked the fuck out. Just saying. Just putting it out there. At least he's not calling likes hits. Like, that's always driven me nuts. Yeah, I mean, he did it earlier when he was announcing all of this at the very beginning of the show, where he's talking like about how many views he has on YouTube. He was trying to say he's got over 1 million subscribers, but he said he's got over 1 million views. Duh, he's got over 1 million views. He's probably got like 50 million views. Dom just does not know this world. That's what I'm trying. And again, there's nothing wrong with it. But just like, what bothers me is the people who have a problem with people who have not actually fought having opinions about the sport. We are the people that talk. They're like, fucking go blow someone hitting the heavy bag, as I always say, if you want to get the opinions only of fighters. There are plenty of fighters that'll give you their opinion. No one's forcing you to listen to the commentators. It's okay, thinker. You can just say you use your mouth for a living. Certainly do. And I'm damn good at it. You're a hell of a lot funnier than Bert Kreischer. Damn. High compliment, but some people would say not enough of a compliment. That's more of a diss on Bert than a praise of me, unfortunately. I don't dislike Bert like some people do. I understand that Bert has leaned a little bit too far into what he does. Like, Bert very much rests on his laurels. Like, he's figured out his lane, his shtick, his persona, and he doesn't really go far outside of that box. And I can understand why people kind of are, tired of it at this point. It's a little played out, I would think. But on the whole, I really don't personally have much of a problem with Bert. He wouldn't be like amongst my favorite comics or anything like that, but a lot of criticism of Bert, Schaub, Whitney Cummings, and Bill Burr now, of course, because of Riyadh. Like, there's a couple of people in the comedy world, Tony Hinchcliffe, definitely. There are people in the comedy world that are like the easy targets of like the podcast cringe type community. I think sometimes some of the criticism is a little overplayed. They're doing it for the views like anybody else. Since you do a lot of activities that involve talking, would you consider yourself a good storyteller? That's a great question, John Dong. Not really, I would say. In fact, when I was doing stand-up comedy, I always tried to stay away from trying to be a storyteller. I think that I am a good constructor of words when I am given the opportunity to plan it out. And I think that I have the ability to keep a conversation moving naturally, like by myself or with another person. That's why me and Chase get along so well on the podcast, because Chase is also a natural talker. And we both kind of know our beats at this point. So we know like the rhythm of a conversation very well, I think. So I wouldn't necessarily consider myself a great storyteller, but I do know how to keep like conversations going. I think that's more of what I excel at. You'd call me a good storyteller? Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. I never felt like I was that good at it when I was like trying to tell an entertaining story. Like if I'm in a social setting and I'm trying to be like, oh God, this is a really funny story, guys. Like I always feel like people sort of like don't respond well to me when I do that. So I don't really do it very much. In fact, I often say, when I'm in social settings and I don't know the people around me, I'm actually extremely quiet. Like how I am on stream, this is why I love being on stream so much. I get to really kind of be myself more. But like in person, I keep people at a bit of a distance and let them unfold themselves to me, let them kind of reveal themselves to me over time. And that has always served me very well when it comes to choosing who I want to be friends with, who I want to interact with, etc. So, but that being said, like when it comes to storytelling in social settings, I never feel like I command the room very well. So anyway, I've heard it's an important skill to be a good storyteller. So I'm wondering how you can get better at it. If I had to give any advice about it, and as I've said, I don't think that I myself am very good at it, so maybe I'm not the right person to be giving advice, but if I did have any piece of advice that I think does help, brevity is very important to it. I would say try to cut out unnecessary details unless they, like I say, unnecessary details. If they are details that are pertinent to your story, then include them. If they are not pertinent to your story, then keep it moving and lead to the point in a humorous way, but get to the point with intention. So like if you're saying, if your funny story is, I saw someone slip on a banana peel, you'd be like, instead of saying, oh, well, I was at the supermarket this one day and I was shopping for, peas, but I ended up getting carrots. And then, it was like, I didn't know which one I wanted to get, but then it's like, you can chop all of that out. Be like, I was at the supermarket this day and this dude busted his ass. He slipped directly on a banana peel. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen. You see what I'm saying? Like you want to kind of get to the heart of what you're getting at in a light way that doesn't lead people on like a wild goose chase for the point, because people have short attention spans and they don't need a lot of lead up if it's not like entertaining. If the lead up doesn't enhance the story, then get to the point. That would be my advice, I guess.
Almost 1 million on Insta. When did this start? When did your career start taking off in this world? Because you're one of the best, man.
Thank you.
I'm a fan. That's why I came on your show. It's you're hilarious. You're offbeat. And I just wanted to get to know you honestly a little bit. I know you don't like to tell your past. I know you don't like to talk about your family. Okay.
I don't have any problem talking about my family or my past or anything private.
Okay.
He just did, though. Matan is a game player.
Ask me how much money I made and I give you an honest answer.
Well, I asked you about your brothers. You said you didn't have any, but then you said you had 0. Then you said you had 4.
I said I had between 0 and 7.
Right. So you will never actually be real.
If you ask somebody how much money they make, and let's say they make around 10,000, they're not going to say 10,700. They're going to say like 10,000. So there's a discrepancy there of about $700. But if somebody says I have between 1 and 175 brothers, you're not going to give them the same issue? You're being a little bit of a contrarian here.
Well, that's what I mean. Now we're talking about vulnerability.
That's not a contrarian, actually.
Yeah, now we're talking about vulnerability, and that would come from honesty. So
no, that's math.
Which part of your world is real, and where do you draw the line between, okay, I'm real Matan, and now I'm this Matan that we're on the YouTube?
Yeah, this is the same guy.
No chance.
I don't know what to tell you. Did I not act like this before the podcast started?
No, you didn't.
What did I do?
You were stealing things like a thief, but that doesn't make you a thief.
No,
right?
That does make me a thief.
So you are a thief.
By definition, the answer would be yes.
What was he stealing? He's just nicking things? That is kind of funny if he was doing that.
Is that where that money came from?
But it's like...
Steal it from a stripper?
No, I worked hard for that. That's a little insulting, but you have to take in mind that I'm like Robin Hood. I took the money from the studio and I gave it to you.
Fair. So this is mine.
The money?
Yeah.
Oh, I meant the little hoop thing and the little whatever that is.
Okay. Yeah. So who was, if we really like figured somebody that you could beat up, who would it be? Because I want to go over something with you today to show you how to do it. We're gonna go over a little technique today.
I'm not entirely sure. Maybe like a homeless lady.
And what would the name be of that homeless lady? Like, do you have one in mind that we could?
There's one outside of a 7-Eleven close to where I'm living right now. We could try that.
Okay.
He does kind of fall back, Matan. He falls back on certain subjects, you know, homeless people, attacking vulnerable people and disenfranchised people. Like, he's got his like tropes, you know, like in the Matan extended universe, there are like subjects that are like the commonplace for him. So, you know, these like geopolitical issues come up often, race, obviously one of them. So it's just interesting. I don't know.
Okay, so can I show you a move that you can do on her?
Yeah.
Okay, stand up.
Uh-oh.
All right, first of all, you go to give her a hug. Because that's what you do with homeless people, right?
No. You want to
don't-
pretend like it's a real situation?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you got to do the top button off because Dojo's going to tell you if you don't.
Okay, so I'll pretend you're gonna be the homeless person.
No, we're just going to hug.
I would never hug a homeless. If they were doing this, I would actually be in defense mode.
Okay, so now you're doing what I want. That's what I'm saying. So now, no, I want to show you. I want to show
I
you.
thought I'm pretending like you're homeless.
No, I'm going to show you what to do when they go to hug you.
So am I the homeless?
No, I'm the homeless, but I'm going to show you.
Okay,
a
so
move.
then I'm already backed up.
Okay, fair, but I got to show. Now I'll break your
I
fingers.
think I should be the no, but you're homeless. You're a homeless lady.
Okay, so look, we're here. We hug. See? Okay. Now from here, we pull, and then it goes right over the top.
Yeah, but this isn't necessary for a homeless lady. This is overdoing it a little bit. You're gonna get arrested.
Yeah, Dom should have been him in this situation. Why did Dom not just say that? I think Dom screwed up this analogy a little bit. We got a little lost in the sauce here.
For this. This isn't self-defense.
No, this is because she was putting a knife on you.
Okay.
So now you're here, right?
So then she's going.
Yeah, no, but it's okay because then we just put. See. So I want to show you that.
Yeah, but this actually you lost right now to a homeless lady.
No, because
She would kill you if you're gonna slowly show a homeless lady how to do a choke while she's like swiping with a knife.
This is the thing. I just didn't want to do it to you because of
Okay.
I don't want to mess your hair up, but I would be slamming your face into the floor at the same time.
Into the floor, into your knees.
Yeah, so like this. We hug. Oh yay, hugs. Oh yeah. Boom, boom. And then just here. Oh, see, how are you gonna knife me if your face isn't?
Yeah,
the floor?
because she would have got you way before that position. You want me to show you?
Yes.
Okay. I got you.
Well, Krav Maga. Now that's your secret.
No.
That's your secret thing now.
Dom really hammering the Jewish stuff. Dom wants him to talk about Judaism real bad. I don't know if that's like a specific thing that is like his aim is I'm going to get him to admit to some connection to Judaism, Israeli self-defense, blah, blah, you know, anything in that sphere. Like Dom really wants to get to the bottom of this, but Matan he's holding firm on this one. Matan learning the Gilly in 2025. Actually, no, 2026, my guy. This was this year. This was only a month. Well, oh, yeah, no, you're right. I guess it's 2025. My bad. I forgot. Yeah, a month ago. Haha. Yeah, we are only in January, aren't we? I'll tell you something. When you feel as good as I do about 2026, I was ready to leave 2025 behind in about mid-November. All of December, I was thinking about getting to 2026 because I knew that between what we got going here on the stream and all of the things that I'm trying to get going outside in my other endeavors, I felt so strongly about how this year is going to go that I was just ready to leapfrog into 2026. So you hear about people who still be like, oh, you know, in 2025, and then they're like, no, it's 2026. Yeah, damn, I fucked up. I never will do that because I was already in 2026 when 2025 was still ending. I am living in the future the same way that you are by being here with me. And with that being said, I hope you guys are still good with all of what we're doing here. We're only about halfway through this. I'm going to take one more break because we've been going for a little while, but I'm down to keep going if you guys are. So let me know in the chat if you guys are enjoying this, and I will be right back to continue on if you are. Quickest breaks in all of MMA live streaming. We are back, baby. Absolutely awesome. Keep it rolling. Michael, the silent assassin, checking in. That's how you know that we got to keep going. Appreciate you, Michael. Hope you're well, brother. Invested early in the channel to get mod. Now I'm waiting to plan my coup when he hits 100,000. Damn, I got to watch my back. Shit, dude. The people that you keep closest can ultimately be your downfall. Damn. Hydra tipping the hand on me right now. Hell yeah, bro. Keep it up. Might as well just extend and do a 24-hour stream. Brother, I have absolutely thought about this in the past. And if we have the opportunity to do that at some point, I damn well will. Oh, you know I will. I will get a case of Red Bull by my side. I would love to do that. You had a Red Bull today in my honor? Damn, dude. Well, first of all, don't do anything like that. I mean, you know, be careful with energy drinks. Obviously, I am a trained, seasoned drinker of the bull, but I appreciate the sentiment, my man. Appreciate it. 24-hour Yamo would be sick. Brother, I'm down, dude. After doing the Ryzen stream, the only thing is that, like, I need the chat because, like, you know, if I'm I'll do it by myself. You know, for the longest time before there were you guys, I was doing it by myself, and I will... You know, I'm okay with that as the situation, but there will be times where I will start getting tired if I do not have the engagement going. So I'm down, though. I am down to try. And I do think that there are some channels that run like 24-hour feeds of like their previous fight footage and stuff like that. So maybe we'll do that at 100K or something like that. I don't know, or 50. I don't know. We'll think about that. All things in due time, but trust, I am down with the idea. And I will slam Red Bulls one after the next to make that happen. But then, like, there are some people, I guess, get away with, like, sleeping on stream in those situations, right? I don't know. We've got an international enough audience to always have some people in the chat. This is true. That's a good point. 10K? I might be down for 10K. That might be the move. I'm with it. I like that. All right, we'll keep that in mind. Keep me honest on that. When we start inching our way towards 10K, you remind me, and I'll block off some time for it. Because that would be dope, dude. I would love that. I really would. That would be awesome. I don't know what I would have to, like, put a whole plan together, you know? We'd just go through Fight Pass and just be, like, watching old fights and doing all kinds of stuff, I guess. That'd be fun. I'm down. I am definitely down. All right, well, let's continue on with Dom and Matan. We're getting closer, I think, to a little bit of truth out of Matan, but not much.
Actually, that is for women and children.
Right. So is you're a child, so that's where you learned it. Who taught you Krav Maga?
Yeah, but you lost to a homeless.
It wasn't about winning and losing in the streets.
They all, you know, they say age is the biggest factor. It can never stop.
What do you mean?
They say that you can never beat it, age. So I'm saying at some point you were one of the best fighters, but now you lost to a homeless lady.
Well, we're talking about your perspective. I mean, at the end of the day,
You told me she had a knife.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, that wouldn't have got me because I would have had her face in the floor.
Okay, you want to try again?
Remember, what did we start with?
I have no idea.
You wouldn't. It's called a hug.
I would never hug a homeless lady.
This is what you're not listening to. That is the disarm. You're missing the point. How do I get close without a hug?
See, this is literally what Hydra is doing to me right now. By being a mod, this is the hug, and the knife is coming right after at 100K apparently. Gotta file that away in my brain.
But then
Then-
you have to touch them.
Correct. But now I'm not getting stabbed. Either way, I'm...
But now you have a disease.
No, not unless you do what you did with Bonnie Blue. That's the only way you can...
No, that's how you prevent a disease.
What you and Bonnie Blue did together, that's disease. Who's to say that you guys didn't have sex and that's how you paid for the interview from her? You think she didn't?
No, I didn't pay her at all. I saw that stuff. I didn't pay her. Some people said I did. I didn't.
I mean, on the real, like 1,000 guys, that's 1,000 potential. Like, I mean, obviously I would suspect that like she probably goes through some kind of like screening process and probably has to have all of those guys tested beforehand. But like 1,000 guys, you mean to tell me that 1 in 1,000 didn't fuck up on that? Just seems like a really heavy risk that you'd be taking, unless all of them were wearing rubbers. But I don't know. I don't know enough about what she did, but still. Either way, bro, 1,000 guys. One of them didn't have like the errant crab wriggling around down there. The errant wart rubbing up against uncovered skin. It just seems very dangerous. Had a homeless lady in Hamilton, Ontario tell me she loved me and tried to touch my face. Never been more uncomfortable. Yikes, dude. How did it even get to that point? She just like walked up to you and did that? Yeah, that does not sound pleasant. I mean, you do have to have a healthy level of self-preservation instinct when interacting with the homeless, but, you know, that's a case-by-case basis. That tracks for Hamilton? I've never seen the musical. I wouldn't know.
I think you for sure banged her, and that's the only reason she came onto your show.
That's disgusting. I don't agree with that.
Well, who's to art? How would we ever know? How else would you get her there?
Well, how do you know that
How do
I
you
wasn't
know you
flying
guys
like
aren't-
Superman on the way here?
Well, I know that for a fact.
How do you know that for a
Because
fact?
you can't fly. But one thing I do
You
know...
have no idea. How
I
do you
do know
that I
Bonnie
can't
Blue
fly?
fucks, and I do know she does nothing for free, and I do know you had her on your show.
That's actually not true. She seems to do a lot for free. That's kind of the whole thing.
Now we're getting back to you.
No, I got you there.
No, you did it for... You brought her on, and that's how you get free stuff from her. So... If you two are exactly the same because you both have sex, how does it make you feel about yourself? Is there any chance she's
No,
kind
it's
of a
not.
mare
I've
for
never
you?
been in a relationship.
Like, there's no, you know, projecting going on with the Bonnie Blue thing for yourself?
Nope. That's a liberal word.
No kids on your way?
Nope.
Ever?
That's a liberal word. Projecting. That's funny. He does say he's never been in a relationship. I wonder how true that is. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. Like I said, Matan probably has girls throwing themselves at him, I would suspect. I walked past her 2 mornings in a row because she was camping in front of the hotel I was at. Leaned far back and walked faster after that. Eek. Yikes. Well, I mean, she was obviously fishing, and she didn't get a bite out of you. Had that happen before. The roll up to the gas station and a girl says, "Hey, I just need to get a hotel room. I'm kind of hard up. I just need a room to stay. Would you get me a hotel room? Wink, wink." Yeah, didn't go in for that personally, but some do.
You ever gonna have kids?
Maybe one day. I had an idea. I don't know if I've talked about it before.
Let's talk
But
about it.
do you have any kids?
Not yet.
Okay, well, what I've heard from my research is that people will attempt, but they will never truly feel the same way towards adopted children. So if I was to ever have kids, I would also want to get a bunch of adopted kids and make them work to help sustain my actual children who I love.
To say that last part again?
My actual children who I love in this
And
case
you put
scenario.
the other ones to work.
Yeah, because I will never truly be able to care about them because they're adopted.
Where would you
Yeah, see, there's another Matan trope, the outlandish cruelty, which, again, funny.
adopt them from that you would be able to care about them the least?
That would just depend on how they look. the
Mostly
statistics there.
Mostly looks, not really what part of the world they're from.
Yeah, but what part of the world they're from is gonna influence how they look, right?
Exactly. So that's what I'm curious about. Which
But
part
it
of the
can't be sad. You know, you don't want to get an African from Africa because that's really sad. Then you might care a little bit.
Oh.
Okay, so this didn't work. I put it back on.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, and you're not listening. He's a literal seizure alert dog.
No, he isn't.
Yes, he is.
He hasn't alerted. I had that fake seizure and he didn't have any idea.
Correct. Fake being the key word. So,
Oh, you ate the whole thing?
thank you.
But you didn't eat the bread.
Your dad, is he part of your life?
No.
Is that why you're so angry?
I'm not angry. I'm just upset with... Actually, I'm pretty happy, actually, this past year.
What makes you the most happy?
The current government.
Meaning?
I'm happy with how the election went, and then they got introduced to the government to do laws in about January, I think.
Okay, so you do want to talk about politics.
No, I'm unbiased. I just like the current administration a lot.
I mean, give the kid some credit, man. He sticks to his guns. So I thought we were going to get more out of him in this. Like everybody was saying, oh, he drops the act a little bit, but I think he's holding pretty firm right now. How old is Dom? I want to say 37, and he's still going to have kids. Yeah, well, you can have kids well into your later years. God, I'm hoping. Still hold out a little bit of, potential for that to be the case for myself. Not really something I consider all that often, but, if it happens, I'll be an old dad. Nothing wrong with that. Bill Burr is that. The only thing wrong with that is going to Saudi Arabia. That's the only thing. Tom is 48. I don't know about all that. I thought men could have kids without defects later in life. Absolutely, they could. Norman Lear, the television producer, had a child when he was in his late 80s, early 90s. That's factual. Just the lady can't be that. Yeah, well, the quality of the eggs deteriorates, and then, of course, menopause happens. Your sperm count deteriorates, just not as dramatically as women's fertility. Well, yeah. I mean, it's harder to, but it can still happen. Like I said, 90-year-old Norman Lear having a son or a daughter or whatever it was. So it certainly can happen. And it probably is going to happen with Thinker Jr. Little mini yams running around here. I think it's pretty in line with the testosterone drop off after like 35. Maybe. Not if you're an alpha Chad like myself. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Which part about him do you love the most? The border stuff?
Oh, yeah.
What else?
But is that something... I have a feeling we're going to disagree on that because you have a bias.
I do?
I would guess so.
Well, really? That's interesting. What about you assumes that I have a bias against the border?
Because you're Mexican?
I am half. But the other half of me doesn't have the bias. So I'm just kind of being neutral. I'm being on the line. Like if I was Mexican, I'd probably be on the border fence.
Right. That's the issue.
Sitting on.
Yeah, literally on the fence. Very nice, Dom. But yeah, that is a good point. Is Dom married? I guess not. I don't know too much about Dom Cruz's personal life, I guess. How old are you actually? I'm 38.
Top of it.
There should be guns there. Guns pointed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What else about this current administration do you appreciate?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Say again?
What else about this current administration do you appreciate the most that really supports you and what you're doing to make a difference for the world?
It's not about me specifically. I kind of care about the world, so I appreciate what they're doing. You know, with RFK, I don't know if he's got anything instilled yet, but he's going to make America healthy again.
Yeah. Do you think we'll be able to eat this?
No, actually, I think he's going to get rid of that. You haven't eaten any of your fries, I noticed, either. You just ate the chicken.
Well, I saw that your fingers
are a little bit grubby and they touch the fries, but they didn't touch the meat.
That's nonsense. I made sure not to touch your fries. If you notice, I poured it out of the thing. I touched only mine to count, to make sure it was even, because I didn't want you stealing any of mine. I needed it to be fair.
That's the other thing Dojo does, is he lets me know the things that you've touched because he can smell it, and he knows you were like doing this in the fries
Look
on
at
your
what
way.
he's doing right now.
Like, he told me that literally on the way here, you were like just flossing your fingers through the fries. I don't.
He's having full conversations with the service animal. Talented animal, if that's the case. What up, Streamlabs? How are you, bro? Long time no see. Yeah, Streamlabs is the ultimate homie. Streamlabs is holding it down for Twitch right now. Damn, Unc, you were 18 when I was born. Hey, it is what it is, man. I've always felt, I mean, like I know it's cliche, but age really is kind of just a number to me. I really don't feel old. I do recognize that there are things that are different about younger people when I interact with them, but it does not affect me. People like to make age a big thing. Like, I've got one friend who's older than me, and he's like, "Oh man, you're gonna be 40 soon." Blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, okay, like, I don't care. Like, I will. That's going to legitimately be a fact. Also, everyone else is going to conceivably be 40 at some point, God willing, for everybody. So it's just a fact of life that I don't really consider all that much. Like, as long as I will feel old when I feel old, if that makes sense. Like, I do everything that I've always done. I'm active enough, thankfully. I mean, I got to be a little bit more active. I got to get myself back into into a better weight and all of those kinds of things. But like, on the whole, I mean, like, I'm still doing all the same things. I'm, making my business happen and I don't know. I'm just like, I'm living life. So like, I don't really consider all that stuff all that much. Like, I guess the only thing that I would consider in that realm at all is like things like having kids, but I've always been very firm about not having kids unless I am in a committed relationship with someone that I want to have as a lifetime partner. So, I'm not just going to go have a child with a woman for the sake of it. So other than that, like, it'll happen when it happens, and then everything else is just kind of what it is. I'm cool. We know that. Don't have to be old. Don't want to have dementia by the time. Don't have too old. Don't want to have dementia by the time they're 18. But that's easy for me to say. When my daughter is 18, I'll be 37. Though I feel like a 50-year-old man already. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe I'm a little bit biased on that because my parents had me at a little bit older. But not like as old as I am now, but I don't know. I just think that like my generation in general is having kids later because we're all struggling to make the lives that we want, like that's a big part of like why I am where I am now, is because like I am just now, after everything in my life, able to like start making the life that I actually want. I had like attempts at it earlier on, like when I was writing comedy shows and stuff and wanted to work in television and stuff like that, and that didn't work out. So like, I'm finally now getting somewhere that like I actually want to be. So it took a little bit longer, but everybody's got a different path. So if you do, whatever works for you is great if it works for you, and if not, then find the thing that does, and that's what I'm doing. So yeah. And whatever, the kids that I have are going to be fine with it. They're going to have to be if I do. And that's a big if, because I do think that having children is a very risky endeavor in the current state of things, in the current landscape. So I'm okay if I don't. It's not bad to get older as long as you learn with age. Yes. Yeah, I would like to think that I do. Learn with age, and also don't get old. You know what I mean? Like, I'm never, like I said, I don't feel old. Like I'll feel old when I feel old. Working a minimum wage job has you being friends with 50-year-old men. True. That's another thing. Yeah. That's why I think I've always sort of like been kind of this age forever. Whatever version of myself that I've been is because I was in that same position. Not minimum wage, but when I worked in live entertainment, it was a lot of older guys, so like some of my closest friends are like in their late 50s, early 60s. I've just always had like a really like diverse range of friendship ages, I guess you could say. So you know, I've just always kind of been somewhere in the mix, and the age, like the actual number, doesn't really matter all that much to me. But everybody perceives it differently.
I don't know if that's a normal thing for people to do, but what is that about you?
How did the dog communicate that to you?
That's why he's my service animal. He does service for me, not for you. Okay. But the big point is, the reason I'm not eating this is, let me see these fingers. Check out these fingers. Like, no, show them your nails, because you chew those off.
No, I rip them. I don't do it with my mouth. That would be dirty.
Yeah, exactly. I can tell.
I hate that. People who bite or rip their nails are very gross to me. I don't do it like that, like the actual nail itself, but I even get grossed out when I pick around like the skin around my fingers, my fingernails rather, like cuticles and stuff like that. Like, yeah, stuff, blood and fingers gets me kind of squeamish.
Although, like,
You don't cut your nails?
yeah, but you're not cutting them. You're chewing them. I can tell by.
No, I'm ripping them.
You have a nervous habit. Is
No, I'm
that
going like
Did you do
this.
that on the way here because you were nervous about this?
No, I'm not chewing them.
Show his nails.
I'm picking
please.
them.
Somebody show them your nails. You need to show them how. Yeah, Nah, I wouldn't want to show those either. Those are chewed hands.
Not
You-
with the
You know,
mouth,
one of the
with
first
the
reads I
fingers.
make in fights is if they do that, because that tells me how much they can handle their emotions. How much do you handle your nerves and your emotions? Because your fingers say a lot.
I'm very calm. Very calm. You know, you don't really.
take it out on your fingers before you get to each event.
Yeah, but they're not bleeding actually. If you notice, well, it's only one of them that has any blood a little bit. But that's only one of them out of 10. That's only 10% of the fingers with blood.
I think inherently he has to have somewhat of a calm demeanor. Either that or he is very secure in the character to the point that he can lose himself in it. Because, like, to put people on the spot the way that he does and not know if they're going to respond negatively kind of inherently puts you a little on edge, I would think. But I think maybe he just, like, escapes into the character to the point where, like, he doesn't let it phase him. And that's why what happened with Rich Voss went down the way that it did, you know? He didn't realize that he was in too deep. Be my thought process anyway. According to Mrs. CTE, you should only ever file them for nail health. I mean, okay, fair enough. What about clipping them? Because, yeah, I mean, I clip them. I also have one of those little cuticle scissor things, which was one of the best suggestions that I've ever gotten from anybody, because I do fidget with my hands a lot. You'll see that sometimes if I'm on, like when you see me a little bit lower, if you ever see me, I'm like you see like the muscles in my arm going, like I sometimes do fidget with my like the cuticles and stuff like that. So I love to get those trimmed so I don't have anything to fuck with.
And how do you deal with all this just all at once? Like, you're touching things, you're chewing, you're slobbering on your fingers, you're shaking hands.
Did you see how nicely I ate that? That was actually, I went like this.
Okay, got it. So at the end of the day, your YouTube channel's killing it. You have a different approach. You didn't eat the thing I got you, but you had me eat all the
Because the
things
dog
I got
touched it.
you. The dog would never touch it.
The dog tried eating it on the floor. It has your dog spit on the side of it.
Dog spit is neutral, like it doesn't have anything. That's why people let dogs lick their face.
That is absolutely false. Dog spit is not sterile. Dom Cruz is bold-faced lying right now. I don't bite my nails like a freak. I just bounce my leg. Yeah, there you go. That's another one. I used to do that when I was younger. Somehow that just sort of naturally fell off. I also used to have a really bad habit that I'm very glad that I don't have anymore. But when I was young, I used to pull my hair out. Just like random. Like, it wasn't because I was nervous. I would just do it like at random. Like if I was bored or just like kind of not even thinking about it. It was a weird thing. And at one point, my mom ended up seeing me do it. She was like, "Don't do that. That's not a good thing to do." And I was like, I never really even thought about it. And I stopped doing it. She's a certified esthetician. She's a certified esthetician, but all she told me was clipping them is worse for them, but too normalized to fight against. Huh. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and file my nails every day. I mean, like, you know, you gotta really be on top of filing them if you're going to do that all the time. That's a long time investment. to be sitting there filing your nails on a regular basis, especially as a man. Like, if you're a woman and you're shaping them with a file, then okay. But like for a man, that's like, you gotta be like really in there. But I do have nail files as well, so I'll keep that in mind. Dog spit is good for kids' immune systems. Worked for me. Okay, fair enough. You used to do that too up until 4th grade. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, that was about when I stopped as well. I used to do it a lot in 3rd grade. Weirdly, I clogged a barber's clippers because my hair, your hair's really thick apparently. I guess pulling it out didn't hurt. Yeah, wow, same, bro. Same. Yeah, I have super thick hair. Like when I go to get it like shaved, like when I get it buzzed, like the lady that I when I go in, like I usually go to the same person and she's always like, "Oh, it's the dude with the thick hair again. Oh, it's Mr. Thick Hair." I'm like, not the only thing that's thick around here, sis. Little joke that we have. I don't have thick hair. I just have a lot of density. True. No balding for you. Yeah, thankfully no balding running in my family, except the weird hairline situation that I got. That just is what it is because of them crushing my skull as a youngster. That's an unfortunate thing, but I've talked about that before, where I've got like the ridge in my forehead. You can see it when I like angle my head a certain way. I don't know exactly where it is, like on camera, but like from here all the way up there, like I'm running my finger over it right now. There's a ridge in my forehead. And it ends right where I've got the little missing patch of hair up here. So that's unfortunate, but at least I'm alive. So could have been worse.
That's not okay.
You don't have an animal?
No.
So that says a lot about you. Like you don't trust animals, you don't like animals.
No, they don't do anything for you. What is it? People make that argument like a cat. What the people who are pro dog say, what does a cat do for you? Nothing. That's why you want to have a dog, because they love you, but he still doesn't do anything. You would never willingly go and adopt a person.
A what person? Obviously something had to be bleeped there. He is kind of making a point, because the only thing that Yamacat does for me is wake me up before it's time to wake up and bother me for about 5 hours every day. This cat is constantly nagging at me. So I kind of hear what he's saying, even if I do love the cat.
That's an interesting concept. I think the real question is, what do we dictate is not? Because I know a lot of people that might be on the spectrum.
Well, when they have like an extra chromosome, I believe, and they go,
Careful, you're going to trigger Dojo.
No, he doesn't get triggered.
No, he doesn't like the R word.
Ah.
Why? Is some relation to it?
He's a dog and he just has sensitivity to
So
others.
he's closer to that side.
Well, I mean, he's a dog, so yeah, he understands everybody, which you clearly don't. You have no empathy.
No, I have empathy for...
Where did you learn to not have empathy?
I have empathy for people. I find them funny and they look cute. Usually like the more chubbier, like the ones who are like 12 and they like college football.
Okay, well, we don't use that word. They're special.
No, the special is for special people.
Mm-hmm.
Like who are talented and stuff. Not, that's for people who have learning disorders, etc.
Yeah, it's not funny. There's a lot of people out there that have like kids like that, and that's where the lack of empathy comes. How do you expect people out in the world who have special children to take your lack of empathy about?
Why would they?
Well, so there you go. This is a good question, right? I mean, we're talking about Matan, and this is basically the where is the line in comedy question right here. So I'm interested to hear how Matan responds to this, even though I don't think he's dropping character at all in this interview. So it's hard to know, what the actual reality that he believes is with this. But, that's the question, right? I mean, he's joking about sensitive subjects a lot of the time, being inflammatory intentionally. So where is the line? Age-old conundrum. Dude, I love my cat. He gives me so much entertainment and he's nice, so he's actually affectionate. Yeah, that's the problem with Yama Cat. It'd be a lot more palatable, like the way that he nags at all times of the day and night, if he was actually a little bit more affectionate. And it's not that he's not, like he does have his moments. Like there are certain instances, like he will always come when I come home. Like, you know, if I'm coming home from being out for a while, he always comes to greet me and he, you know, we have a little moment and stuff like that. But like, it'd be nice if he would just sit on my lap every once in a while or like come onto the bed every once in a while. But he's just a little closed off. You know, he's a little cold, just a little bit. You can tell that he was a street cat before he became my buddy, which, you know, I've dealt with many times, so I'm okay with it. I just got to live with it.
About that.
Why would they need empathy for special children? They're very talented, probably. They're special.
Yeah, but
I would say I'm special.
because they're missing a chromosome.
No, that would be...
Yeah, so
No, that wouldn't be special. That would be like a disorder.
okay, so the people who have the disorder with their children, how are they supposed to take your lack of empathy?
Well, I don't think they should judge how much they like their child based off of how much I like them.
But they judge your words.
But I didn't insult them. I said they look funny and they are cute sometimes. I actually was giving them compliments.
By saying somebody looks funny, that's a compliment?
Yeah, I mean, would you want to go to a baseball or a college football game with a guy who doesn't understand it? Or a guy who doesn't understand it, but he's like making extremely funny noises and he's making everybody little dances?
Yeah, I mean, that would lighten the mood a little
Okay,
bit.
that's what I'm saying. I'm actually giving them credit. They're probably much happier than the average person. You know, a lot of people say that people who are intelligent are more prone to being depressed because they're overthinking it. Those people are not overthinking it. They're pure happiness at all times, unless they don't get a burger.
Yeah, it's presence.
Unless they don't get a burger. Damn. Dom is a very good straight man in this situation right now, and Matan is giving the color commentary here. But interesting. Didn't get a straight answer, of course. Savage was a street cat before he was Thinker's buddy, too. This is facts. These are true facts. Absolutely. But at least Savage knows that, you know, like he's crafty. He alerts me the same way that Dom's dog alerts him about seizures. Savage alerts me when my windows have been left open, which is a really valuable thing in the big picture.
But this isn't a burger, so they wouldn't want this.
Usually it doesn't matter. I mean, if you get them McDonald's, it's like their birthday.
Is that why you buy it for yourself?
I bought it for you, actually.
For us.
No, I thought I would just pick it up for me on the way since I was already getting it for you.
This really is like a long form improv that they've got going on. They really have a good rhythm with it, but it's just a long winding road of setup and, you know, counteract the setup, reframe the conversation onto the, you know what I mean? It's got this like rhythm that's going back and forth, but I don't feel like we're ever getting anywhere. It's like it's like a merry-go-round.
And you have all your chromosomes?
I think so, I believe. I don't know what missing one would be. I think that would be a whole different thing. I don't know if that exists. Maybe.
Maybe the missing chromosome is why you don't smile.
I don't smile because then people will think I'm like some sort of clown. I'm not serious. I'm able to smile.
Let's see it. Can you give us one for the camera? Yeah. That makes sense. That's good. You got good teeth.
It's funny to me too that like not only is he this way, but he found a crew of other guys that can also fit within this weird world that he has. Like the guy with the big eyes, you know? Because that guy has a similar thing, right? He basically was just doing that guy's shtick for a second there. But like, how did they link up? He just found these people. It was like, you guys do the same thing I'm doing, and we create this world together. The Mataniverse.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of my teeth, I'm not like insecure about them. I just don't think it's productive. Somebody going around like this all day, he's not going to be productive like this. People can tell I'm well established and with a lot of money.
Yeah, lots of money, well established, and you're proud of your teeth. That's why you chew your nails with them.
No, I wouldn't be offended if I did that, or like ashamed of it, but I pick them with my fingers, which is the same
But
thing.
they say it's a nervous habit.
It might be. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying I don't use my mouth.
What makes you nervous, man? These are the things people want to know about you.
I guess it would depend. It's more of a day-to-day thing. Nothing is specifically or perpetually making me nervous.
So eventually you're going to have kids. Eventually you're going to have a wife.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Yeah. And when that happens, are you going to smile for her?
No, because I want them to know I'm serious. They don't want to grow up thinking their daddy's not serious.
So only serious. Is that how you were raised?
That's how I raised myself. I raised myself from 7
Okay. Where were you raised?
in Los Angeles.
Oh, you did your whole 18 years here.
Bro, he is crushing water right now, by the way. I've noticed that throughout all of this. Like he's got those little mini water bottles and he is pounding water. Probably because the McDonald's is so salty. That's why you send that the biting nails emoji a lot. Got you. True.
Here.
Yeah, I grew up here. I haven't really left that much. I've only been a couple places a couple times.
What's your favorite place to be in the whole world? If you can go anywhere in the world.
Well, probably somewhere I haven't been because I haven't been that many places, but I like New York.
Right now?
Well, I don't like the governments per se in New York. It's very liberal there, but the homeless people there are hilarious. It's the complete opposite of here.
He's got a definite thing about the homeless. That's a recurring subject matter.
What makes them the funniest? Because we just learned how to disarm a homeless. You don't have to.
You're not gonna disarm. You've seen the homeless in New York. In here, if you go outside of a 7-Eleven, it's like a homeless lady going like this on the floor and asking for something to eat. But in New York, it's like a 6'6" Somalian guy who's doing credit card scams.
That's why you have to hug them first, because when you hug them, then they bring their defenses down. And how do you know you can't work a deal out with them?
There's no deal to work out. They're standing outside of the 7-Eleven offering you a fake Rolex. They're saying these are real Rolex for $75. I just need your credit card for a second. I mean, personally, I'm upset because I fell for it a long time ago, so I kind of had a little bit of annoyance built up with that, but that was a long time ago, so I'm not ashamed about it.
Okay, so New York's your favorite place in the world to be. You don't really... You raised yourself, so your dad wasn't around. This is the...
Yeah, I raised
upbringing of
myself,
Matan.
completely by myself. No parents, no siblings, no cousins.
And who styles you?
I only wear the same thing, so there's no styling.
Is that part of the not showing emotion, not showing who you are? It's the outfit.
No, this is to look serious. It's sort of the same thing, but it's not about not showing emotion.
You're gonna make Dojo nervous again. What is it with that top button that you like so much? It just makes him uncomfortable. He's really worried that it's gonna cut off the airflow and give you a seizure.
No, he isn't.
I'm trying to warn you and just be your friend as a guest on this show. You don't have to trust Dojo, but these are real things, okay?
Okay.
Seizure alert dogs exist. And
That's not one of them.
that's
Dojo Cam. I appreciate this. Show the dog more.
he's one of them. Okay? Now, the next
Can I
thing-
give him a fry?
No, please. Because
Again, look, I mean, like, I'm continuing on with this. We will finish this, but like, I don't feel like this is really going anywhere. Like, it just seems like we're spinning our wheels here with this. Like, Dom is kind of trying to break through. Matan brings it back into, this farcical territory, and we sort of just wrap around back to the same point. So I don't know. I hopefully there's entertainment value to be had for y'all with all of this. I feel like I should be laughing more, but like I feel like we've gone almost an hour with it now, and are like, whatever, 40 minutes, however long it's been, and I'm like, we just keep ending at the same point where we started.
it's bad for him. It's bad for you too. It's bad for both of us. I just really want to know, like, you, man. And you won't show.
This is what happens a lot of the time I do an interview. People think I'm going to be fake, and then they see this and they think it's fake, but in reality, this is just how I act.
Yeah, that's what I want to talk about. Like, who taught you how to act like this? If you weren't raised by your dad, you weren't raised by your mom, you taught yourself this whole way of being. And you have brothers, so how do they feel about this? Because when I met your brother, he's actually really down to earth.
No, that's my assistant, Mike.
Yeah, same thing. Right?
Not exactly.
You guys roll tight. You guys are like one, right? Like family.
No, not exactly. He's an assistant, so it's actually the opposite. I'm trying to avoid like raises and stuff like that.
Oh, that makes sense. Smart business.
It doesn't go together. It's actually the opposite. It's kind of like an uncomfortable thing.
So if we had who's your next guest? Do you wanna pump that a little? Who you got next coming up? Anybody cool?
I don't know. I don't know when this is releasing.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point.
When does this release? In like 2 weeks or something like that? Do you have any episodes stacked up?
I do, but not that far. Not 2 weeks. I would say
You only have one episode?
No, I'd say about 2 weeks. You're right. I'd say 2-3 weeks.
So who will have released by this point? Who hasn't come out yet?
Let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3. You'll be about 4 podcasts from now. So that's 4.
So who are the
about
people
1
who
month.
haven't come out but will have come out by this point?
Travis Barker, TJ Dillashaw, Mayhem Miller. Have you had him?
Mayhem Miller.
Have you
That's
had
a good
him?
buddy of mine.
Oh, he's great. He reminds me of you a lot, actually.
Oh yeah, he did have Mayhem on his show, didn't he? I guess we'll have to do that in part 3. If we get to part 3. I feel like there's a little bit of sameness with Matan at this point, but I don't know. You guys let me know if you want to do it.
He's a buddy of mine. You know what I do is, I know this guy. His name is Filthy. He's a music producer, and he does these parties. So what I do is I bring Mayhem, and we bring him on the stage, and he jumps and attacks people.
During the interview.
No, this is a performance. He's a music producer. So he's having a show, and then during this, I'll be on the stage with a couple other people, and I bring Mayhem. And we did a show recently where there was this one guy, and I have him kept jumping at the guy doing like a spear. But obviously Mayhem is a pretty big guy, so it was hurting the guy.
Big, yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. When's that come out?
I don't know if that's coming out. I mean, it's just kind of like a funny thing. Or it's a fun thing to do, kind of take the pressure off.
Yeah. What high school did you go to?
I did online schooling.
Your whole life, really?
Yes.
I did. There's no way. You had to have gone to high school.
No, I did online schooling.
You seem like you've been indoctrinated by schools. That's why I ask.
I seem like that?
Yeah.
That's pretty insulting.
I mean, at this point, like, I don't care if it comes out or not or whatever, but like with 1.5 or whatever he's got million subs, I would think that somebody from his past has probably like tipped the hand on him a little bit, right? Like, hasn't his high school photo come out at some point, or, some stuff about him from people who knew him before all of this? I would assume that there has, but again, I'm not deep in the Matan trenches, so to speak, so I don't know. But, I would think that this information probably has to be out there in some way, shape, or form, but I guess it's more fun to just go along with it. Can't lie, I got distracted by cheese cutting videos on TikTok. There you go. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like you get to a certain point, and I think you kind of hit a wall, perhaps. You're always down for a stream. I don't really care what it is. Hydra, you are the man. Thank you very much for hanging out, and thank all of you for hanging out for this. If you are out there watching, whether you are chatting or lurking, you rule. Make sure you're subscribed and like the stream.
You have a very indoctrinated aura. Like you're with the alphabet crew, right?
What does that mean? I've heard that before. Is that like a Jewish thing?
Well, no. I mean, it's the
Or what,
L,
CIA?
It's the L, the G, B, T, Q, side plus.
I got it close. I thought it was CIA.
Like I felt
No.
like that's who helped raise you and mold you into who you are
It is
today.
actually still kind of a CIA and a Jewish thing.
I guess you're not wrong, yeah. And that's
So I kind of was right, actually, on both of my guesses.
you were, but that's why I'm asking. Like, if
Your
that's
mic
who-
is...
if
It
that-
doesn't stand. I'm trying to help you with audio here by talking into it.
So
Yeah, he's been adjusting
they
the
did
fuck out
raise
of that
you.
thing.
They did teach you.
The LGBTQ?
Yes.
No. I've threatened to raise my hand on them.
Like asking them a question.
They've tried to trick me. My studio is in West Hollywood, so I see a lot of people playing games over there, but they've never been able to fool me.
Okay, fair enough. So, okay, let's finish. Let's get to the bottom line of this thing. You're not part of the LGBTQ movement.
No. I'm
you
anti-LGBTQ.
don't have a girlfriend.
No.
You want to close the borders.
I see where this is going. You're gonna say I'm closeted or something?
Is that your defense?
I'm just trying to predict where this is going, so I seem like smart because I caught on to it before some of the audience or something, but if not, then I'm even stupider.
I'm really just reading back the things that are important to you right now.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry about the interruption.
RFK.
Oh,
You
yeah.
want him to clean up the food in the world.
And the border?
Yeah. Where do you learn how to have this whole aura?
Why Dom is like really concerned about like where he learns stuff, like where you got your information from. Like, I think that that's like somewhat disrespectful to him. Like, if what you're asking is like, who did you learn this character from? Like, isn't that a little bit disrespectful to the guy who made the character? Like, I mean, if you're saying this character looks like it's informed by other things, then it all came from him picking and choosing what he wanted to inform this character. Now, I know that he's saying, oh, I want to get past the character. I want to know more about the real person. But obviously, Matan is not giving him what he wants with this. So, like, I don't think you're getting anywhere with this line of questioning. Where did you learn this? I mean, like, he learned it from being alive and being aware of what's going on in the world and having a humorous slant on the way that he presents information and thus his comedy. That's the answer. I have no specific interest in more Matan, but I do have an interest in Yama. Well, you rule as well, CTE. And I did want to say also, that does remind me, bro, I am very sorry about not getting to your questions on the podcast on Monday. We will make sure that that happens on the coming Monday. Trust that that is the case. Plus, it'll be good because it broke it up. It let us get off a little bit earlier. There were some other behind-the-scenes things that were happening that we want to kind of move that one along. So, we got through that one, and now we have a question and answer lined up for the next episode, and you are first up, my friend. So thank you for that.
What do you mean by that?
Well, like, you come with straight facts. You come with... I remember one time you were asking a girl if she reads any books.
Right. Is that why there's books here?
Yeah, these were for you. And I wanted to make sure that you didn't ask me.
Right.
Because you know I read them because they're here, right?
Right.
So I don't have to...
What books are these? I did see these before, and I kind of was... So Art of War, obviously, classic. A second Art of War. You've got the Art of War in the middle and the Art of War on the side. So 2 copies of the Art of War. Book of Secrets, I guess. Looks like Deepak Chopra. Okay. Emotional Intelligence 2.0. Don't know what that is. Does It Matter? By Alan Watts. I don't know that one. And then I can't tell what the other ones are. So 2 Arts of War, Deepak Chopra, and Emotional Intelligence 2.0. All right, I'll allow it. Performative ass books. That's kind of what it feels like a little bit, but you know. Like I said, maybe Dom has read all of those. He read Art of War twice. Kama Sutra somewhere in that spread. That's a picture book.
No, I'm not going to ask it.
Thank you.
Wasn't planning on it.
Yeah.
See, that's like when people ask me about like Bill Clinton, it's just that when a clip does too well, sometimes I just don't want to repeat it because then the association will only be made with that thing and not with me as a serious person.
Yeah. What's the most serious thing that you do in your life?
Well, I've been learning a lot about stocks recently.
And how's that going? Are you good at it? Are you good in the stock market? You and Pelosi work together? That's Pelosi.
I'm doing pretty good.
Is that from following her stock choices?
No, I don't follow her stock choices.
Whose choices do you follow?
I'm doing my own.
Can you give
I
me
think there's going to be a big boom with GameStop, I think.
Yeah. That's nice. That's good. Okay, so listeners out there, GameStop. Make sure you tap into that. And you're going to get a dog soon, I hear.
I wasn't planning on it if the dog can provide me with benefits. I mean, if I was having seizures and I could make sure the dog wasn't a trickster who's pretending to know when people have seizures.
I'll tell you this. First of all, he's offended by that. So please keep your tone down. Thank you. Hey, I'm up here. Just
He's
seriously.
not even looking at me.
Well, he knows that you're saying offensive things.
Dog cam. Oh, dojo cam. I love it. That is a cute dog.
So he's not going to look at you in the eyes. You know what there is about dogs, though? They are
Well-behaved dog, too. Look at him just sitting there, not bothering anybody. I like that.
actually can legally carry a concealed weapon. So
A conceal?
Concealed.
What is a
weapon.
conceal?
I misspoke.
Oh, I thought that was like a name for something.
Concealed weapon, right? So what if you had a dog that could carry the concealed weapon for you, and now it's of use? Would you have a dog in those terms? Because
Is that true? That can't be true, right? That's got to be a fib that Dom is making up for the funny, laughy, haha joke.
then you
No,
could
I'd
walk-
rather have the weapon on me because in case I need to shoot a dog, the weapon is on the dog. Because if the dog starts attacking me, then he's the one with the weapon.
He's your dog. He's your service
So
animal.
what? It's a dog. The IQ is like what at max 7?
Your dog.
It takes like that, and the
because
dog's
you're
gonna
the one
kill you.
teaching it. Your dog's as smart as what you teach it.
It's not
So-
true.
It is.
No, the
Why
dog
do
is as educated, and you're like peaking. You're hitting the peak of the potential intelligence. But the dog is born. The dog cannot end up speaking English. The dog can also almost certainly bark. So there is a threshold of what it's going to be able to do. By teaching the dog the right stuff, the dog will hit the max peak of that. But the dog
But that's up to
will
you.
always.
I feel like 35 to 40% of this podcast has been about dogs. Matan, your goat. I mean, how much of him have you watched? Because we've watched a whole lot at this point, and I think I'm about tapped out. But we're certainly getting to that point.
Be an IQ where in an instant like that, if you knew how to use the gun, it would shoot you.
You were talking
For a
about
bone.
No, how's it going to grab it? How's he going to grab the
Well,
gun?
that's one of the issues. He's not gonna. I
No,
said
it's
if
on
he
the
was able
side.
to.
So listen, you can grab the weapon. You can keep yourself safe. The dog's of use. Then you have a dog. What type of dog would you have if you had one?
Maybe a pit bull or something. I don't know.
That's a good choice. That's a great safe. And what made you right off the bat choose a pit bull, considering it's one of the most ferocious?
Because then you can go to West Hollywood and fling him out there.
He's got a gun though. You don't need to fling him out. You need him next to you so you can have the gun.
Okay, but if I shoot people with a gun, which I would never promote political violence, unless it was somebody I found disgusting.
Do guns shoot people or do people shoot people?
People shoot people. Guns. I'm a massive supporter of the Second Amendment.
Agreed. I'm aligned with you on that.
Is that a picture of that dog?
That's Dojo.
I just noticed that.
He's got similar hair to you.
More dog talk.
You know, if you showed that, that's true because it kind of goes to the side.
like real.
If you showed that dog the picture of himself, he wouldn't even be able to recognize it.
I agree. He was a little young.
That's not why.
Every Sunday, he drops a banger most of the time. I really think that it depends a lot on the guest, because having watched as much as we have watched now, I really think that it's a lot of the impetus is on the guest, like them to be the reaction, the entertainment. Matan will come out with some outlandish, intentionally inflammatory questions and statements and stuff, but he's a little bit samey, I would say. He doesn't really spread his wings very much as far as subject matter goes, which, again, he's a young guy. He's still starting out with all of this, which is amazing considering how far he's already gotten. But if I was going to be watching on a regular basis, I would need a little bit more out of the comedy, I think. I think that the shtick wears its welcome after, like, how far we've gotten. Because we've now watched Peyton Talbot, Jamal Hill, and Dominick Cruz on his podcast, and we've now watched him on Dominick Cruz's podcast, and I'm getting to the point of being okay on Matan content for a little while. But it's still a fan, though. I still do like what he does.
So you won't let me shave your head here on this show?
No. Because this helps with, recognizability, and that helps me make money deals.
So when we come back, we're going to do this again. Is there any situation that we could make a wager where you'll shave your head or I'll shave my head? And that's how we will make the wager on the next time we see
Well, your hair is a lot shorter than mine. So if you shaved your head, you would have your hair back to that level within a couple months.
And you?
This would take me a long time.
So you'll never shave your head?
Probably not shave it. Maybe one day I'll grow up and get a real haircut. It doesn't look ridiculous.
There has to be a way that we can get this from you. Yeah, I would love to see that with no hair. Okay, fair enough. Hey, when it comes down to...
Is there anything on those other pieces of paper?
Yeah. It's actually... Here, I'll show you.
There is, yeah, I can see. I can see through the back.
Yeah.
That didn't work as well as you thought.
No, there's nothing here.
No, there is. I can see through the back of it. I can
It's
see
as
that.
white as you,
I wish. You wish.
right?
There's some black on it. It's tainted.
I see no color.
Yes, you do. You just said it's white.
That's a shade.
This is semantical. Are you some sort of...
Yeah, no shit. This has gotten very semantical. Very semantic. A whole lot of semantic back and forth, wheel spinning.
Philosopher?
Oh, what a mirror I am for you, huh? Does that limpness represent you? Is that why you have no girlfriend?
I do ads for erectile dysfunction things, but not because I relate to them, because they're paying me.
I will also not relate to them and also take that sponsorship money. So, Blue Chew, holler at your boy.
Hey, don't. Yeah, you should eat. You should eat that. That's nice.
No, because the dog touched it with his dirty mouth.
My dog's mouth is not.
Is a human's mouth dirty?
Okay, yes.
Okay, well, if
Some
the dog
say-
is helping people with seizures and they're spazzing shit out of their mouth, and he's getting close to them, licking their face, then the dog's mouth is dirty just by that.
He doesn't lick mouths. He says
You just said he licked people's face.
that's not the mouth. Different. Now I'm going to tell you this. Some
Semantics.
say no, real. Some say that a human butthole is cleaner than a human mouth. Have you ever heard that? That's a real fact for you to take home to your audience.
That's a fact. I don't think that's true.
It's true. Can we look that up, please?
Jamie, pull that up.
For example, you brush your teeth every day and you clean your mouth, right?
Well, you wipe your ass.
Yeah, but you're wiping your ass to get rid of shit. You're cleaning your teeth. You're getting rid of bad stuff. You're not cleaning
Yes, a
it.
human mouth is generally considered dirtier than the anus, except for you.
Yeah, but this is Google AI. Google AI will agree with anything if they think that if you're asking for an agreement. Go ask. Well, I don't trust scientists actually, so I'll only trust myself on
A
this.
variety of microbes. Mouth contains a vast microbial ecosystem with over 600 types of bacteria, while the anus has a different and less diverse collection.
I mean, on the real, I have heard about like fecal transplants that apparently help with certain conditions. This is a real thing. So perhaps there is some validity to the.
Okay, then
Google
why
AI.
don't people get AIDS from people's mouths? Why is it only gay people with AIDS?
That's actually a very valid question.
It's not. Not the one you wanted to yes and, Dom. Your producer is probably behind the camera saying, no, not that one.
I would say bloodstream, right? Go straight into the bloodstream.
There's something wrong with this one. Do you see it? There's this thing poking out of it.
Yeah. You're not going to eat what I gave you, though?
The dog's mouth touched it.
Jeez. And so you have a thing with dogs. Like, that's your number one.
I don't have an issue with dogs. I just think that unless they can provide me with some sort of financial benefit that at least halves the amount. Because I used to have dogs, but I don't have them anymore. So...
Okay.
This is what you expect from a Dom Cruz podcast. Yeah, I mean, again, this is really just a big extension of Dom being on his show, and just letting the roles kind of flip a little bit, but not all that much. I mean, it really is very similar, and Dom sort of playing a little bit of a straight man character, and Matan kind of being the funny guy, you know, the fall guy-ish type situation. I'll head over in a little bit for our weekly fecal transplant. There you go. That's why we're so healthy.
Review. We're going to finish with the review. I'm a homeless person.
Okay.
I've got a knife. What's the first step?
You're homeless?
Yes. No, I taught you the first step. Don't ad lib it.
Okay, I'm gonna pretend like how this actually goes, okay?
Okay.
Say something, because you're homeless. I'm walking into 7-Eleven.
You got any money? Not a giver.
All right. And there you have it. That long form improv performance comes to a merciful end, I suppose. This one kind of mid, just CTE versus Matan comedy. Yeah, like because what I thought we were going to be getting more to the like heart of Matan. Like people had told me that like Matan sort of dropped the act a little bit. And like, you know, again, I'm cool with it. Like I'm cool if he wants to keep it up 100% of the time. Like that's fine too. It's just I didn't know. I guess I didn't know what to expect in this, and what it ended up being was kind of just, you know, all right. It wasn't bad. Like I said, if you chop that down to a half hour, that would have been fine. I think it was about 20 minutes too long, and it sort of went in circles a little bit. In short clips, it felt like he opened up more. They didn't include the dog stuff. Yeah, well, like I said, you know, they kind of like came back to the same stuff over and over again, where it's like, all right, dude, like we're well-worn territory at this point. I just saw the clips of him talking about not going to school or having a relationship. Yeah. So there you go. I mean, and you know, the clips did their job, right? The clips got the engagement. So I think that, it all worked out as it was supposed to. Again, not mad that we watched it, you know, not a bad watch overall. I do, like I said, I find Matan funny. I find him interesting as a character, and I'm interested to see what he does. If we were going to watch more of him, I think it would have to be with like like when they said that he had Mayhem Miller on the show, like, okay, that was one that might work. Rampage, even though I find Rampage to be somewhat abhorrent, I think that there's probably some comedy to be had there. So perhaps we reapproach Matan at some point in the future, maybe next MMA winter. You know what I mean? We'll give it a little bit of time to space out, but either way, not bad. I do kind of believe him when he said early in the interview, this kind of just showed how he is and everyone calls him fake. Probably to an extent, but I do think that there's a more, you know, there's layers to it. Because, like, I do think that there might be, like, an extension of some reality, which is usually how a lot of those characters are. I mean, like, a lot of times you have people who have, like, the character and then the layer that they have on top of it is, like, an amplification of that. So, like, I think that, like, the core of the person probably has some elements of reality in it that is, like, amplified and augmented for comedic purposes. And then, obviously, him playing everything insanely straight. That's a part of the shtick. That's always how you can tell when those characters are characters, is that, like, there's no breaking, or, you know, they intentionally try not to break. That's why during the Dom Cruz interview on his show, I had said at one point, I was like, oh, Matan almost broke. You know, you could see him starting to laugh. Character like that would never laugh. Another good example of this is Miranda Sings, Colleen Ballinger's character. You know, that's a big staple of her character. Like when she would do Miranda on live streams, she would have trouble with it sometimes because she would break when people would like say something funny in the chat, and like she would have to like hide her face and stuff to try to keep herself from laughing. I was always a fan of Miranda Sings. I thought that the character was funny. Obviously, Colleen Ballinger ended up having some problems with some stuff, and, you know, one of the worst YouTuber apologies of all time with her ukulele. But the character itself I actually liked, and I thought her show on Netflix was actually pretty funny. So either way, you know, like I said, I'm as a comedian and a fan of comedy, I'm completely okay with it. Because I mean, like, to an extent, like if you have seen the Yama show, like my Yama show that I do, like I could have easily done something like that where I was just always in the Yama persona, so to speak. But I didn't want to be that type of, I didn't want to go that route. Like I wanted to be more versatile because like, I don't want to be pigeonholed into any one thing. I think that's the risk that people like Matan run, is that you end up kind of pigeonholing yourself into now you always have to be that guy. Like, you know, you don't get the opportunity. Like, I guess some people want that. Like some people want to, you know, keep themselves very separate from everything and, you know, let their personal lives be completely personal, and that's perfectly fine. But like, you don't have the opportunity to have it both ways when you make that conscious decision, I guess. So that was something I never wanted to do. Either way, We've been on for 4.5 hours tonight, people, so I guess that will bring us to the end of this one. I appreciate always you guys hanging out with me for this. Thank you very much for doing so. If you have not already, make sure that you are subscribed and like the stream, of course. Appreciate that. That has been helpful. We are past that 1,000 sub mark now, so of course the merch store is on the way. As I said last night on the podcast, I did not anticipate hitting it this quickly, so I thought I had a little bit more time to get everything up and running, but that is all in the works, and I promise you it is going to be worth the wait. I am very happy with how things are going on that front so far. So just working through some logistics stuff, and the store will be launching very soon. I will let you know, and we will be doing something very special when that happens. So keep that in mind. Of course, as I have said, I am not committing to doing the bare knuckle on Friday, because I don't know if I'm going to be home in time for it. If we don't do bare knuckle on Friday, we will probably do the Friday show, me and Chase. So either one or the other. I'm hoping to do a stream on Friday, one way or the other, like I said. And if we can get something going for possibly Thursday, we might do something on Thursday too. But you do have to realize I am also in the depths of editing MMA on film, and editing for MMA on film takes forever. So give me a little bit of time on that. That's also why you're probably not going to be getting a lot of videos right now. Like, even though I really wanted to do a video about Tapology, unfortunately that's going to have to take a back seat because I'm still editing all of my own videos right now. So either way, bear with your boy on the content. It's all still coming out. You know, we'll do live streams as much as we can. I appreciate you always. No matter what goes on, that will never change. So until next time, everybody, have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your week, and as always, fight on.
It's